stupid question. With what Russian spacecraft did the Space Shuttle Atlantis dock with in 1995? And we are going to go to Chris and see if we can get an answer. Yo, Chris, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
All right, Chris, what was it?
The Russian space station Mir.
Mir. You got it, buddy. Hang on, Chris. Going to give you a pair of sweet tickets, and you will join Brent Porsche as NASCAR returns to Dover Motor Speedway. That's May 1st with the Duramax Dryden 400. You can get tickets at doverspeedway.com. All right, we'll begin with what took place yesterday. Johnny Depp testified in the defamation trial against his wife, Amber Heard. Depp took the stand in Fairfax, Virginia, and said that Heard's abuse allegations against him came as, quote, a complete shock. He said, never did I myself reach the point of striking Ms. Heard in any way, nor have I ever struck any woman in my life. We have a clip?
We do have that clip, yes.
All right, let's play that, and then we have another one. Here we go.
Never did I myself reach the point of striking Ms. Heard in any way, nor have I ever struck any woman in my life. Lies will get you nowhere, but lies build upon lies and build upon lies. It's too much to cover. I'm obsessed with the truth.
Okay.
It sounds like he's playing that Never Did I Ever game. Is it that he plays a kid?
Yeah.
Never did I ever fart in the hot tub. Right? Yeah. It's that never did I ever.
Yeah. Never did I ever.
Never did I ever kiss an animal.
And then if you don't, then you have to drink. So he had a bottle of wine sitting there at the witness stand.
Wouldn't that be a great way to interrogate?
You ask the question.
Never did I ever.
Yeah. And then here's another clip from him and his testimony. Here we go.
Since I knew that there was no truth to it whatsoever, I felt it my responsibility to stand up not only for myself in that instance, but stand up for my children, who at the time were 14 and 16. I didn't deserve that, nor did my children, nor did the people who have believed in me for all these years. I didn't want any of those people to believe that I had done them wrong or lied to them or that I was a fraud.
When I hear that, I sort of understand what he's saying, because I keep specifically asking, why do you keep dragging this back into court? Why, just let it go. But he feels that he does not want this legacy to go on and affect people in his life. There was a point, I believe, Case, I don't know if you have the clip, the judge had a bowl of nuts in front of him that he was eating out of.
Oh, I got to find that real quick.
And it really pissed Johnny off tremendously.
Which is weird, because you're not
I
supposed to be eating in the courtroom, are you?
You should not eat in the courtroom, but that was also, it was a public bowl.
What?
Right there.
For everybody?
And the
judge was just kept.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's interesting that he would let it get to him while he was on the stand.
It's really something.
Giving sworn testimony. And
As a matter of fact, Marissa actually found it. Yeah.
All right, here we go.
For 15 straight minutes, I've been watching you putting your big fat fingers into your disgusting mouth, which is filled with God knows what kind of bacteria. And then you take the same big fat filthy fingers and you stuff them back into the bowl that is there for public consumption. What the are you thinking, John?
I don't know how he would have the balls to say that.
To the judge.
I didn't know where you guys were going, and I'm like, I know this isn't real, so what are they talking about? And there it is.
Yeah, there it is. By the way, he went on to say, it's been 6 years of trying times. It's pretty strange when one day you're Cinderella, so to speak, and then 0.6 seconds you're Quasimodo. I didn't deserve that, nor did my children, nor did the people that have believed in me for all these years. I didn't want any of those people to believe that I had done them wrong or lied to them or that I was a fraud. I pride myself on honesty, he said.
Well, he actually did lose roles because of it.
Yeah. The Harry
Potter. Yeah. But though we love Mads Mikkelsen, right, as well.
Let's just hope we get more audio out of this trial. So
it's
we'll
really
see if that
riveting.
Continues on. All right, I can't believe this. I didn't expect this, but yes, again, the Flash actor Ezra Miller was arrested in Hawaii for the second time on yesterday. And apparently, they allegedly threw a chair that hit a woman in the forehead. and is facing second-degree assault charges.
There's clearly massive issue. I don't know if there's
got to be substance issues,
substance or bipolar. Or, I don't know.
I'm guessing that Ezra's a drinker, but I don't, I don't know, because these all seem to be happening late at night, 2:30, 3
outside
of the
a bar, in a bar, trying to get into some karaoke bar. Apparently, he loves karaoke.
Yeah. All right,
somebody needs to step in.
The police report states that Miller was at a private residence in Lower Puna and allegedly became angry after being asked to leave. The 26-year-old woman refused treatment from the injury. Miller was reportedly arrested at a traffic stop around 1:30 a.m. and was released from jail at approximately 4 a.m. And, of course, in late March, Miller was arrested in Hawaii for disorderly conduct after they allegedly grabbed the microphone from a woman, like Steve said, singing at a karaoke bar and lunged at a man playing darts. The Hawaii Police Department said Miller has been the subject of 10 calls in less than a month. Get it together, man.
Because he's got a huge franchise he's sitting on. And the word of mouth is really good on it. I like him. He's very likable.
I like the character. Yeah. I like what as an actor what he's done, and I'm going to be selfish. Clean it up because we want more of that from you. All right.
You jerk.
How about this? California Highway Patrol recently cited Britney Spears after authorities said they saw her driving at an unsafe speed for prevailing conditions, they said. The pop star was pulled over on March 10th. The records do not detail where she was driving, the conditions, or at what speed. But the citation comes on the heels of her celebrating being able to drive on her own once again.
Yeah, that's the way to come back to driving.
A since deleted post earlier this month, Spears wrote that her conservatorship had made her feel like a hopeless old woman and noted that she wasn't allowed to drive alone for 13 years. She's scheduled to appear in court for the traffic citation on May 3rd. Her lawyer did not immediately respond to a request for comment. I don't think it's a big deal.
No, it's a pretty comprehensive conservatorship, though, when you're not allowed to drive by yourself for 13 years.
Yeah. In the May 2022 issue of Elle magazine, Rachel Zegler said being asked about her co-star Ansel Elgort's sexual assault allegations was a real gut punch when she was out promoting West Side Story. Zegler and Elgort play the leads in the musical, which finished filming in 2019. In 2020, Elgort was accused of sexually assaulting a 17-year-old girl in 2014 when he was 20 years old. Elgort released a statement denying the claims. Zegler told the magazine, "I was sitting there, having just turned 19, on the principle of what was promised to be the biggest moment of my life and was being held accountable by the public for accusations that not only had nothing to do with me, but were made about a situation that was said to have occurred 5 years prior when I had met and worked with this person."
So she has this opportunity to promote this life-changing movie in her career, and they keep asking her about what he did. He's denied it. There have been no charges brought against him.
Right.
And I don't think anything has come of it, but it happened right at the time the movie was being promoted. Now, I've now moved from I really like the movie to I kind of love it.
Oh, good.
And
I still haven't seen it.
And I love the original, but I love what they did with this. And to be honest, this part of the story is, to me, the least engaging. It's all the peripheral stuff going on that I find.
You mean the love story is,
with
not
Tony,
as interesting?
Yes.
Okay. She said there is inherent discomfort that comes with the realization that there are tons of people who think that you have to answer for the actions of an adult male who can speak for himself. It's so wildly disappointing at every turn, no matter how you slice it. Page 6 reports that Ewan McGregor will marry his Fargo co-star Mary Elizabeth Winstead in Los Angeles on Friday. The soon-to-be newlyweds met in late 2016 on the set of the FX TV show where they played a couple. Source told the outlet they are more in love than ever.
We love you.
And having their first child together last year just strengthened their bond.
So, and I assume that the daughter has patched up things. I think they're probably on better footing now because remember there was an issue.
Yeah.
She was more mad at Ewan McGregor for what she believed was abandoning her mother, her biological mother.
By the way, Winstead and her husband of 7 years, Riley Stearns, announced that they were divorcing in April 2017 after the third season of Fargo premiered. McGregor and Winstead were spotted canoodling in London later that year. Following this, it was reported that McGregor had separated from his wife of more than 20 years, Eve Mavrakis, and the pair finalized their divorce in August 2020. McGregor and Winstead bought a home together in the Topanga Canyon area of L.A. in 2019. They welcomed their first child, Lori, in June of 2020. They make a nice couple.
They do, and they get very amorous in public. They said that during the canoodling, he was 2 canoodles deep, Preston.
Canoodles. Can't do that in public.
You can't.
Former L.A. Lakers general manager Jerry West has demanded an apology and a retraction over his portrayal in HBO's drama series Winning Time.
I saw this.
ESPN reported that in a letter sent yesterday evening to HBO and producer Adam McKay, West's legal team called the portrayal of West a, quote, baseless and malicious assault on his character.
I haven't seen.
It also charges that Winning Time, quote, falsely and cruelly portrays Mr. West as an out-of-control, intoxicated rageaholic and says it's a travesty that HBO has knowingly demanded him or demeaned him for shock value and the pursuit of ratings. Now, the series is a dramatization based on Jeff Pearlman's book, Showtime, Magic, Kareem Riley, and the Los Angeles Lakers dynasty of the 1980s.
Right, and so that's where I'm a little confused because this book has been out for a while, and Jerry was sort of described that way in the book, right? So this description of him is not new, but the number of people that came to Jerry West's defense for this portrayal include like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and a lot of people that you would believe. So
I watched the first episode. Does it get progressively?
Yeah, he's got in the show. The show, he's got drinking problems, rage problems. He breaks the golf clubs. He's thrown trophies through the window. He's drinking and abusive. And
you make a good point though. This has been on the table for a while.
Right, and so I'm curious. I mean, maybe it's just because it's become popular and on HBO that he felt like he needed to file the suit now.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
But I don't think I'm totally biased, of course. I don't think Adam McKay is going to portray the guy in a way that wouldn't be accurate because I think Adam McKay really strives to portray things as accurately as he possibly can. So if
or at least accurate to the book, right?
Yeah. So if there are these, you would think that Adam McKay would provide some balance to the character.
And I think in general he's a fan of all of this.
He's a huge fan. Yeah. I mean, he loves the Lakers. He loves the NBA. He loves basketball. So it's an interesting counter punch to this portrayal that it's Jason Clarke, I think, plays him in the miniseries.
Did Brittany say anything about this or?
Brittany?
Yeah.
No, not that I know of. She'll weigh in later on. Listen, you thought we were going to get out of this without mention of the Kardashians, but we're not. Page 6 reports that Black China's mom, Tokyo Tony,
come on!
went live on Instagram Monday to make fun of the Kardashian Jenner family after seeing them in court. Tony said the women look scary in real life and that, quote, Khloe was shaking her effing head off everything every juror said. Tony said, you all right, bitch? Did you have some Xanax or something before you got there, bitch?
Did Tokyo Tony say that in court?
No. She said this on
Instagram. Okay.
Oh. Yeah, said, you have some Xanax or something before you got there, bitch?
You can't say that in the courtroom.
No.
I mean, you're barely even allowed to eat peanuts in the courtroom.
Exactly. Have we learned nothing about what you do and don't do in a court? But did you see the other thing that came out of all this, Preston?
Well, there's a couple other things.
Okay, go ahead.
But she went on to make fun of Kris Jenner as well, saying that she was old and decrepit, comparing her to, quote, the little man on the tricycle from the movie Saw.
Okay. What? Her husband is Panama Pete, right?
I think so.
Yeah, what is he?
Panama Jack.
Oh, Panama Jack.
Yeah. What was the other thing that came out?
That the court artists, because they're not allowing cameras in the courtroom, apparently Kylie Jenner is being drawn horribly by a lot of the artists who can't seem to quite capture what's going on with that face.
No, I'll have to see those renditions.
Yeah.
E-News is reporting that Zanning is still going strong. Okay. That's Channing Tatum and Zoe Kravitz.
Oh. I want to murder him.
Zanning.
I'm happy for them, though. I love her, and he's we're a fan.
Yeah, he's great.
Choey instead, or
Choey.
Yeah,
Choey could work. They were seen holding hands on Sunday in London, where Tatum is filming the third installment of Magic Mike. An eyewitness told the publication that they were enjoying each other's company and described them as happy-go-lucky.
If you do end up seeing the Batman, you're going to love her as Selena Kyle. She does a great job.
Okay, and I will plan on seeing that. According to Page 6, model and influencer Sarah Talabi confirmed that she was the woman seen next to Timothée Chalamet in some Coachella photos currently making the rounds. Now, when asked about the rumors that the pair were kissing, Talabi had the perfect response. She said, Everyone is asking me if I was kissing Timothy Chalamet at Coachella, and that is a good question. But a great question would be asking our world leaders why the Earth is now losing 1.2 trillion tons of ice each year due to global warming. All right. She did the, hey, look over there thing. And why climate crisis reform has been completely ineffective. She said, I encourage you to contact your local representatives and ask them
deep.
that. Mm-hmm. Yep.
And what are our local representatives going to do about that?
I don't know.
They were at Coachella.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they were there.
Yeah.
Yeah, they know what was going on. Let's see here. Oh, People reports that Red Table Talk will return today for its 5th season, hosted by, of course, Jada Pinkett Smith, Willow Smith, and Adrienne Banfield Norris. The show's new season will feature Janelle Monáe, Kim Basinger, Ireland Baldwin, the mother of Miss USA Chesley Christ, and more. The promotional trailer for the new season makes no mention of Will Smith slapping Chris Rock at the Oscars.
I'll tell you this.
How can she slap?
How can she slap?
Oh, slap it, Pappy! Wait!
How can she slap?
A number of these episodes were shot well in advance of the Oscars.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
you know, I can see that. Maybe that super special episode, that powerful episode of Table Talk, Red Table Talk,
Down the road.
is still coming.
We'll see. Ben Affleck and Matt Damon will be together again in a Nike drama directed by Affleck for Amazon.
It's about shoes?
Damon will play former Nike executive Sonny Vaccaro, who helped the company secure a shoe deal with Michael Jordan in the 1980s, and Affleck will play Nike co-founder Phil Knight. So I mean, it's a gigantic corporation. I'm sure there's an interesting story behind it. And we will, the last story I'll get to you, this is unfortunate, no local news. Sid Marks, radio DJ, entertained generations of listeners here in Philadelphia and across the United States playing the music of Frank Sinatra for more than 65 years, has passed away.
So sad to see this.
WPHT-AM apparently made released the information, and they had carried Mr. Marks' Sunday with Sinatra program. Cause of death was not given at this point. In addition, with Sundays with Sinatra, he also had a long-running show called Fridays with Frank and a nationally syndicated program, Sounds of Sinatra. All three were focused almost exclusively.
Here in Philadelphia, and so Pierre looked up immensely to Sid Marks, also Jerry Blavat, of course. But Sid was just one of the classiest people I've ever met in my life. He's certainly one of the classiest people to ever work in radio. It could not have been a nicer guy. He asked me why I was interested in radio. And he was this legend in Philly radio, and he said, "Oh, so tell me why you got started in the first place." He was curious about the people who were around him, and I'm sad for Pierre because Pierre loved this man, and it's going to be they broke the mold when they made Sid Marks. He's going to be missed. So R.I.P. to the legend.
Any word on the intentions of the station? Whether I assume they have a ton of these recorded, right?
Nothing that I read.
Yeah,
but well, you know what? Actually, there is. His son, Brian, said that he planned to do new intros and wraparound segments to previous taped Sunday with Sinatra and nationally syndicated Sounds of Sinatra shows. It'll be included that will include archived material, rarely aired interviews as well between Sid Marks and Sinatra. By the way, Sounds of Sinatra was first syndicated nationally in 1979, and Mr. Mark was on WWDB-FM until 1998 when the station switched to a rock format and canceled the show. The Philadelphia Daily News started a petition drive to get him on the air, and he moved to WPHT, where he would remain. So, yeah. Aside from his son, Brian, he's survived by his wife, Judy Mark, his daughter, Stacy Mark, and his sons, Andy and Eric Flagelman. No funeral or memorial services are currently planned, but obviously if something comes up, we will find out. And Pierre is quoted in this article as well because he was such a fan of Sid Marks. So sad news to report there. All right, we do have some clips to play, and we're going to wrap the segment with that. After finding out that her husband had an affair that involved assault, Sophie Whitehouse must deal with the public fallout while trying to salvage her marriage in Anatomy of a Scandal. And here's Sienna Miller, who plays Whitehouse, talks about where the show fits in today's world.
I think the series deals with some really intense subject matter and some really current issues that the world is finally thinking about in terms of consent and what is consent, and holding people in privileged positions accountable for their behavior. What does that entitlement look like? I think that the show is made in a really clever way. It doesn't spoon feed any answers. I think people might finish it and have different opinions about what actually happened.
Hey, what happened?
Anatomy of a Scandal is streaming now, and you can catch that on Netflix. Next clip. In The Bad Guys, a notorious all-animal gang of thieves must pretend to turn over a new leaf after going to prison. However, the public isn't fooled. And in this clip, Mark Maron, who voices Mr. Snake, talks about his relationship with fans.
You know, my fans kind of know me better than I think most fans. I'm still a guy that is surprised. I can still kind of shop and do things in the world without being mobbed. But my fans know me really well, so they get visibly shaken, and you just have to be gracious about it. But because they know so much about me, you know, I could do a movie like this, and my fans would still come up to me and go "Did you get that thing at your house fixed? The toilet problem?"
The Bad Guys premieres in theaters on April 22nd before coming to Peacock and eventually to Netflix.
I think we're going to get Mark in studio again next month. He has a show at the Keswick, I believe.
Cool.
And so, yeah, looking forward to having him back in town.
Always. All right, that's it. The entertainment report for you, friend. We're going to take a break. We'll be back. We do have some guests on the program. Henry Winkler will be joining us. The great Jane Seymour will be on the program. Of course, have Concert Cash. We also have an announcement that we think you're really going to like. It's coming up around the Bizarre File time, so closer to 8 o'clock, roughly an hour from now, when we get that Concert Cash information as well. Stay with us. We'll be back in a few. There was another video that was released from Pastor Jesse Duplantis.
Our favorite, the jet and pastor.
That is absolutely correct. And, he still wants his new private jet. But he wants to make it clear that he's not actually asking anybody for money.
Listen to these verbal gymnastics that he's doing here. I think even he's surprised at how much this caught on, because it just sort of swept across. It became a viral meme. And where these guys, it'd be easier to get away with this stuff maybe 10 years ago. And now it was just all over the place. It was on the national news. He was asking for his $54 million jet. Yeah. And we played audio of him walking down the hallway of his establishment there, his church, for whatever he calls it, pointing to the different jets he's owned. He has had three before. He needs this fourth $54 million jet that carries a lot of fuel, so he won't have to stop as he's spreading the word of the Lord.
That's it. So here's a couple of clips, and let's see what he has to say about not actually asking for money.
He didn't ask for money.
Here we go.
I'm not asking you to pay for my plane. The Lord said, I didn't ask you to pay for it. I asked you to believe for it. I don't dupe nobody. I've always been honest. 40 years I've been preaching this gospel, and I've never had a scandal. And this is not a scandal. I'm not discouraged. I'm not depressed. In fact, I am excited. I've never had this much press in my life. Well, that's negative. It don't make no difference.
And it's negative. It don't make no difference.
Don't make no difference.
So he's asking.
I am excited about all this negative press painting me as a money-sucking prick.
Yeah. So he said, I asked you to believe for it.
Believe for it.
Not to pay for it.
Now, if you happen, your method of believing involves your checkbook, I'm absolutely happy with that.
He had said, I never raised money for the plane. I put it in our magazine and said, believe God with me. He said there's a vast difference between believe in God and asking for money.
He's a Journey song, Preston. Don't stop believing.
Yeah. In the earlier video,
I'm just a small town preacher,
Duplantis
living in a lonely world.
He could turn it around.
Yeah, I could turn it around.
Yeah, he used to take the train everywhere.
Yeah, but I took a 54 million jet going anywhere.
So, without further ado,
WMMR presents Buxco versus Delco.
Here we go, gang. This is going to be the final round today. Actually, 2 rounds of competition, same contest, but we are going to make this whole thing happen and finish it up today, and we are going to crown a victor, and that's all there is to it. Before we get to the final event, here is a recap of the events leading up to this epic showdown. Listen, the week started off with Operation Evac, a race where the contestants were blindly dropped into enemy territory. Kathy started at Casey's golf course, Paxton Hollow in Delco, and Casey in Buxco at Kathy's alma mater, Pennsbury. Now, without using GPS, they had to navigate their way to their home base.
Just go straight. Thank you. Okay, go straight. Peel wheels.
I feel like there's probably another route this way.
While Casey was stuck in traffic on the turnpike,
That could work in our favor.
Kathy was able to navigate back to Bucks County, earning her 200 points.
It's a bunch of crap!
For day 2, both contestants needed a call for reinforcements. Kathy asked her best friend, Elisa, a.k.a. Queen Bee, and Casey brought in his big brother, Dave, a.k.a. Foz. The contestants and their partners mind melded, then competed in a thrilling match of the Pyramid Game.
All right, this is where the U.S. Open was. Oh, that's Aronimink. No. Oh, Marion, sorry. That's the one you just said? Marion. No, the other one. Aronimink.
In the end, Kathy got an even bigger lead with 430 points, but Casey was right at her heels with 320 points. Day 3 brought us into the skies. We blindfolded Kathy and Casey, flew them in a helicopter over an unidentified spot in their respective county, and they had 30 seconds to guess what town they were hovering over. Casey had some difficulty figuring it out, earning 200 points.
I guess Knowlton is in media.
That's correct! Yes, you got it! But Kathy got it on her first try, bringing in an additional 300 points.
I'm going to say Ben Salem.
That is absolutely correct. Day 4 was a doubleheader. Kathy and Casey went head-to-head in a county spelling bee, and then had to answer questions from Delco versus Buxco from 5 years ago. Casey must have done his homework, because he was finally able to pull ahead. And so, the totals going into the final day: Kathy, 1,030. Casey, 1,170. Casey is leading in the competition so far. So I defer to Casey to decide who gets to go first.
Ladies first.
All right,
So
ladies first is what we're going to do. So Kathy, taking a look at the categories, which one would you like to begin with? Geography and transportation, sports, entertainment, schools and education, shopping, landmarks, history, or food and drink?
I guess I'll go shopping.
Shocker!
I know. And how much would you care to wager in that particular category?
I'm going to go 50 points.
Kathy, what outdoor shopping area between New Hope and Doylestown hosts a place called Giggleberry Farm?
New Hope and Doylestown. I'm going to say Peddler's Village.
And that's correct for 50 points.
I don't know what giggles whatever is, but...
Casey, it is your turn. What category do you want to go with next?
Let's go sports.
Sports.
And I will go sports for 60.
All right, sports for 60 points. Here we go. Casey, your question. In Newtown Square, a famous heir lived on a large piece of land where he hosted a wrestling camp for Olympic athletes. What is his name?
DuPont.
Yes, that is correct.
Well done.
Okay, let's go Schools and education for 50 points, Preston.
All right.
Schools and education for 50 points.
All right. Kathy, what is the Council Rock North mascot?
Oh.
Council Rock North mascot. The mascot one would find at that school.
I don't know. The Rock.
Okay, so you're going to go with The Rock?
I'm going to go with The Rock.
That's incorrect. They are the Indians.
Ah.
I did not know
Indians.
Go, Rock. Go.
What year did the Springfield Mall open?
Oh, Jesus. I mean, why couldn't you ask me what year
He didn't.
Target opened?
Just ask it. Just ask it.
Kathy's very supportive.
This is the history of your county, man.
I know. And Target opened in 2005. But, you know,
well, can you use that?
Wanamaker's closed in 95. Hex opened after that.
You did study. You lied to me.
No, my mom quizzed me last night. We were eating chili, and she asked me lots of trivia.
We're eating chili.
Yeah. Meet you in the basement. I'm bringing a pen.
I mean, the first Wawa opened in 1964.
Okay, yeah, let's get to the
I
ball.
will say.
If you got this right.
Yeah, I'm just going to throw out a number there. I'm going to go with the year I was born, 1975.
Oh, my God.
No, it was 74. Dude, you were so close. All right, you call no fair on that because it was before you were born?
No, I'm not going to call no. It was just that's a difficult question.
This historic restaurant is located along the Delaware River in historic Bristol Borough and has hosted both kings and presidents.
Yep. I've been there.
Once again, this historic restaurant located along the Delaware River in historic Bristol
My mom is going to kill me.
Borough.
That's a weird name for a restaurant.
And has hosted both kings and
Oh, my God. What is
presidents.
it called?
No, go to your happy place.
I know where it is. I know where I sat last time I was there.
Kathy handles stress very well.
She knows I love it when she yells.
Oh, you got to be kidding me.
Cracks me up. Mm-hmm. All right, think about it. Think about it.
Work from your seat backwards.
It's like there's like a little hill when you walk in. It's like a little railing outside. Statue.
Miss Romano is here. Welcome to.
I don't even know if this. I'm gonna say Georgine's.
Georgine's?
Yeah.
That's incorrect. You're going to kill yourself over this one. It's King George.
Yes! It is! I have a gift card in my wallet for that place!
King George the what?
The second.
King George the second. I've not been.
Yeah.
So have you been
Yeah,
we should just carry on the discussion. I've been there!
I like the statue. Yeah, the statue and the railing are really nice.
Oh, man. I mean, like, I can picture it to a T. Exactly where I sat. My mom gave me a gift card.
You have a gift
I wish my mom quizzed me last night.
All right, so I have already closed out sports and I've closed out history.
No, you haven't. You haven't done any history.
Well, yes, I have. All of my shopping questions were freaking history questions.
Oh, my.
Wow. This
Thank
is
you.
what we've been
Thank
waiting
you.
for.
Yes.
Impugning the contest itself.
Yeah.
You knew it was going to happen.
It was good, though, right? What year was this thing? What? Stupid questions. Let's go food and drink. Maybe
Food and drink.
Food and drink.
Food and
For
drink.
how much?
For 50.
Food and drink for 50.
Preston's not even picking
Come on,
his
man.
head
That was
up.
a good joke.
Okay. All right. You get this wrong. You get this wrong. And if you lose this whole thing, this is all your fault.
Okay.
All right?
Yes.
You ready for this?
It better be a softball.
A large Pika's pizza.
Oh, my God. Costs how much?
Is cut into how many slices?
Oh, okay. That's a really, really crap question.
A large Pika's pizza is cut into
you can
how many
do a little
slices?
diagram, whatever you want to do.
But there's the box.
Round, and
It's a
then there's
rectangular
line.
shape, right, Case?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what he's drawing.
All right, so that is that's a Neapolitan, right, or is it Sicilian square?
No, they just do their own version. They put the sauce on top of the cheese.
12.
Right.
Casey says 12. Damn right you got that right. And what did you wager on that?
50.
1,000 points.
The scores are as follows. Bucks County, 1,070 points. Delaware County, 830 points. But there's ground to be made up here. And we're on to round 2. Now, things are going to change quite a bit in this particular round. Our categories are going to remain the same. In the past, you've been able to pick your own category and pick your own wager up to 100 points. This time, I thought it'd be kind of nice because you guys have been avoiding certain categories. How about you pick your competitor's category? Traversing that traffic, you may see somebody pulled over on the side of the road. You never know. It happens. I saw somebody pulled over yesterday. Didn't know what for, but Kathy might know what for.
Well, I don't know. So I was driving yesterday, and I told you guys, I think that I did something that got somebody else pulled over. Although I had no other choice. So it was a tractor trailer. I felt so bad too. Like when I was driving by, I kind of looked at the driver like, sorry if that was my fault. So I was on the...
Did you do the horn thing too?
No, I didn't do that. No, he was probably like, damn it, like I'm getting pulled over. So I was on the Schuylkill Expressway, merging onto the Blue Route, right? And you know that merge there's people coming.
It's horrible.
Yeah, and
every which way.
Right, exactly.
Which way are you going on the Blue Route and which way to the...
I was coming from work, so I was going from...
Southbound Blue Route to... eastbound.
No. I was getting off of the Schuylkill Expressway. I was going home. So getting
going
off
home.
the
I'm
Schuylkill
sorry.
Expressway
All right, so
and getting north on the Blue Route.
westbound to north. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
So we were merging on, and he was in front of me. I was behind him, and I think you guys have said this before. I don't think this, but I think a lot of people say that I drive a little too close to the car in front of me. So I think I was probably a little too close.
You tailgate is the technical word.
I've seen her do it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
You've said that to me before, and a couple other people have said it to me too. And I am just like, well, that's it's how I drive. I didn't realize I was driving so close. So anyway, I hate slamming on my brakes. It sends everything flying in the car. It's not safe.
It messes up your car.
Wait. You had things flying around in the car? I thought your car was meticulous.
Well, like coming home from work, no, I have like my bag, my purse, my like on my front seat, whatever. And I just don't like it because then the car is behind me. They got to slam on the brakes anyway. So we're at this, confusing merge, and the truck hit his brakes. He slowed down, and so I didn't want to slam on my brakes. So I hit them hard enough to obviously slow myself down. And as I was getting closer and closer to the truck, I was like, I'm not going to make it. I need to slam on my brakes. So then I slammed on my brakes. And then, of course, it was a chain reaction behind me as well. So he had to hit his brakes. What I found out later after I passed him was that there was a cop at, they have those spots where they sit right there on Blue Road.
Right.
And so I think he saw the cop and he hit his brakes. And I don't know why, because we weren't speeding. We were merging. So he wasn't going that fast, but he tapped his brakes hard enough that made me slam on my brakes, and then the chain reaction behind me. And then I see the cop pull out and I'm like, oh no. And I thought he was going to pull me over because I thought I was going, I shouldn't have been tailgating. I shouldn't have been, up on him as close as I was. And no, he went past me and he pulled behind the truck and pulled the tractor trailer over. And I kind of felt bad because I thought had I not...
it was a tractor trailer.
It was a tractor trailer.
So you not started the obvious chain
reaction.
reaction.
Had I not been driving so close to him and had to slam on my brakes like that, maybe he wouldn't have gotten pulled over.
So was he...
I don't know that doesn't sound like something they would pull over.
Well, so I was having this conversation. I was having this conversation with somebody. And they're like, no, maybe he was missing a flap on the tire or this or that.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what other? I don't know any other reason. The guy didn't do anything wrong other than he stopped short because he saw the cop.
Well, so would you say at the time that this happened, were you traveling dramatically in excess of the speed limit?
No, because we had just merged.
Okay,
we had slowed down.
Right. So there's a point. I don't think.
Well, maybe there's a speed limit on that off ramp, that the sign that you've never really noticed before. And by the way, I know this is a shock to you.
What?
But a few people on the text messages are saying, don't tailgate.
Right, yes, yeah.
You have to slam your brakes.
That's not true either.
That's what I said. But that's what I said. It was my fault. I was driving a little too close to him, and had I not been, I wouldn't have had to slam on my brakes.
Yeah, I mean, just generally speaking, you can slam on your brakes and not be a tailgater. Like,
You know what I mean?
No, but they're saying in this instance,
case,
he had to hit. That's why you're not supposed to tail
Right.
is because the car in front of you, someone for whatever reason that you can't see, they might have to brake rapidly, and if you're right on their ass,
No, I know. I don't know why I'm
then you got a
defending her.
problem. What's that?
I said I don't know why I'm defending Kathy.
Listen,
here.
and it's interesting, Kathy, because my sister drives like you do, and as far as driving close, and she is not doing it to push the person in front of her to go
Me
faster.
neither.
She just drives that close. Drives me insane.
I hate
I'm
it.
like, there's no point for you to be doing this.
And I don't even realize that I'm doing it. Like to
Doesn't
me,
your
that's
proximity
how
alert go off on the car?
No, listen, I am not on somebody's bumper. That's why I found it odd when Preston had said that to me. Like, I didn't even realize that I was driving close. I didn't think I was driving close.
You don't get like a red. So do you have a heads up display?
Steve, I'm not driving that close. That's what
Okay.
I'm saying.
All
I'm
right.
not that close to the car. I'm not telling them where if they step on the brakes, I'm going to crash into them. I had enough time to stop, with this truck, but I did have to pump the brakes.
Okay, so let me ask you. And the old formula is 1 car length for every 10 miles of speed you're traveling.
Right.
So would you say you were following that?
No, because
Okay.
because if I put my I have the cruise control. If I put cruise control on when I'm on the highway,
Right.
I'm like, this thing keeps me so far away from the car in front of me.
You don't like it.
So no, I was not. I certainly wasn't.
I don't know
doing
if
that.
it's a vision thing or not, because I dated a girl in college who did the same thing, and she, didn't have great vision, and at that time I had 20/20, and now I know, the difference between.
I don't know. I also hug the right side. So if I'm in the left lane, I hug that right lane line, and same if I'm in the right lane.
So if you're in the
I kinda
fast lane,
I hug the shoulder.
You're hugging the middle.
Yeah.
I don't like that either.
Yeah. I get people who honk at me, and I know
Yeah.
exactly why, and I'm like, oh, sorry.
Jeez.
All right, quick question, Case. I'm sorry. Do you have lane assist?
Yeah.
Okay, and
I don't go over, but I know that in both lanes, no matter what I'm
Right.
traveling, I'm over to the right as far as I can go.
I have never gotten somebody pulled over, but I have definitely caused somebody to get into a car accident. And not necessarily my fault, but I saw it happen where somebody was trying to merge onto 320. There's this weird intersection at 320 and Route 1.
And you rolled out a speed strip.
And I rolled out a speed strip. No, I mean, listen, essentially, this person was trying to merge onto 320. They did not have the right of way. I did have the right of way. I didn't back down, and then that person they had to slam on their brakes, which again wasn't my fault, but then they ended up getting rear-ended, and I watched the whole thing happen. And so essentially it was my fault, but it was really their own fault. You know what I mean?
Kathy, and also people are texting in about this, specifically about tractor trailers and why you shouldn't be as close to them, because they have no rear view mirror. They only have side view mirrors.
Right.
And if you can't see their mirror, they cannot see you.
And that's
so
always
if you're back a little bit, just make sure that you can see their mirrors, because otherwise they might slam on the brakes or they might make some kind of move that you're not aware of, and it could be really dangerous.
A lot of trucks will have that, what he just said, posted on the back. Remember, if you can't see, they can't see you.
I just felt bad because I really think the guy didn't do anything else. Like what else? Unless he did something back on the Schuylkill Expressway and another cop saw him and called to this cop, but we had just passed him.
Do you think tailgating is your worst quality as a driver?
I don't have any real bad qualities, but
as a driver,
I guess I don't even know. I don't
Are you
even
a
see it as a
lead foot?
bad thing. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, she drives fast.
Yeah.
Too.
Yeah.
I've seen it. I've been behind
She
you.
drives fast. She hugs the center. Tailgates.
I asked because I have a lead foot, and I've tried to remove some of the lead from my foot over the last few years. Steve, I've taken some of your lessons, and because I know we've all had road rage issues.
Oh,
but
yes,
you've
it's
talked
horrible.
some of your legendary ones in the past.
Yes.
And I try to compartmentalize it, and I think I've gotten better over the last 6 or 7 years or whatever, and I've deliberately started to slow down. But I know it's so I think my worst quality as a driver is I drive too fast.
Yeah,
Okay.
I remember driving, we were on our way to a gig, and you came blowing by me in your Mini Cooper.
I remember this, and honestly, that was one of the issues where I was like, you know what, Casey's right.
Yeah.
I need to slow the F down, and so I've tried to be more cognizant of it. I hate tailgaters, Kathy. I can't stand tailgaters. And if you ever tailgated me, I'd find myself getting tense and angry.
I think it might be a misrepresentation of using the word tailgate, because what you're thinking is, but what you're thinking is if you step on your brakes, like this person's going to hit you. That's how close they are. I'm not that close.
So stop and think. Just a quick thing.
Car with you.
So do you think I drive close then to the?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. When you drive me to work in the morning, there are moments where I'm like, I'm a little nervous.
Oh, all right. Okay.
So, Preston,
she's just pissed because she's got to drive you into work in the morning, and she's driving angry at that point.
Don't drive angry.
I think a lot of people don't realize how little time they'll have to react.
Oh, yeah.
So they say, I have more than enough space between me and the car in front of me. How little time you'll have to react if something goes down. So you think, okay, this is a nice buffer. It seldom is. So on my car, there's, the heads-up display pops up, and there'll be a red notification that'll just say, you have now entered the realm of close proximity.
In the red zone.
I tried. I really am pretty good at staying out of that. There's some things
my brakes pump. Like if I get too close, my car will actually slow itself down.
Right, and you ignore it.
No. That's what I'm saying. I'm not.
You hit the nitro.
I'm not that close to them that's happening.
Right.
Let me go. Hang on. I got Barbara on the line who has cautionary tale. Hey, Barbara, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Barbara?
I was driving, this was a few years ago, and I had gotten sued because of it. I was actually listening to you guys in the early days, and I laughed so hard that I hit the gentleman in front of me, then he proceeded to hit the woman in front of him. There was literally no damage at all. But yet I was sued for $10,000 from the woman because, quote, I exasperated her bad back.
Okay.
And when we went to for the depositions, she tried to claim hiring a housekeeper because her family wouldn't help her.
Well,
I mean, that's how bad
all right,
it was.
is this about your traffic problem or these legal issues that came afterwards?
She's looking for a lawyer.
Yeah. Are you a tailgater, Barbara?
I literally was, and I stopped doing it a while ago. You were saying about the driver assist.
Yes.
Right.
When we had those torrential rains about 3 weeks ago, I live in Northeast Philadelphia, and I drive to East Norriton every day. It takes me about an hour and 20 minutes to get there. And I hydroplaned because I must have hit a puddle, and I was flying. And the thing said brake, and I think I came literally within less than maybe 8 inches of totaling my RAV.
There you go.
Okay.
You got to be careful, Barbara.
Yeah, I'm driving now. There's 12 feet between me and the car.
All right, good.
Yeah.
All right, keep it that way.
Yes, stay safe.
You know, something that my mom told me that I do try to do is, especially if you're in traffic, but if you're supposed to be somewhere and you're looking at the clock and it's just not going to happen, you just have to accept it. You can't
Turn yourself over.
Oh,
drive.
yeah.
You have to turn.
For real.
And I've done that, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to be late. It is what it is. Just take a breath, and you'll get there when you get there.
The amount of time that you will probably save by really pushing it hard is nominal.
It's negligible.
A minute, 2 minutes, something like that. It's really not worth it. Before we go on real quick, because she said she got in that accident while listening to our show.
Right.
What did we used to call it when people...
Jerkman's Comp.
Jerkman's Comp.
Yep.
That's right.
And we would give out a T-shirt or something
I like that.
If
We'll
you
bring
got-
it back.
If you got injured or in an accident while listening to our
Jerkman's
show, we'll work on that. We need an official shirt or something for that.
The whole notion of again, perception of your speed as far as being able to control the vehicle and slow down. You're talking in a rainy water condition, like Barbara was saying, and hydroplaning. You've got to then take that and double it back. Because I've seen it get. I see it get away from people a lot because I take it every day. Lincoln Drive. Lincoln Drive, all the swervy stuff. People don't know what they're doing. Hey, oh my God, it's a disaster.
Hang on here. Here's a text. It says, if you guys think that Kathy rides the ass of the car in front of her, just wait till you ride with Connor.
Oh, really?
It says, it sounds like none of you have ridden in a car with Moose.
Well, Kathy did, but she was driving.
Yeah, I was driving. He was probably like, God, this girl is so far back.
Connor, you're bad about that, admittedly? He has no idea.
He was on the phone when you were reading that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm curious because you shouldn't do it. I hate it. It gets me mad. It makes me angry when people do it. Connor is now in here. Connor,
what did I do?
Oh, yeah. So somebody texted in, I don't know who it was, and says, if you think Kathy rides the ass of cars in front of them, you should ride with Moose sometime.
No. I am an aggressive, defensive driver.
Aggressive,
I drive
defensive.
fast.
Yeah.
All right.
Because I got places to go. I got places to be.
Oh, yeah.
But I know what's happening around me.
All right.
Okay.
I know who's coming up behind me, who's on my right, who's on my left, who's coming at me. I see all that.
How many, seeing it, okay, and processing it, and would you say you are a safe driver?
Yes.
Okay.
But do you ride on someone's ass? Do you get up close to them?
If you're slow, yeah. The left lane is the fast lane for the reason.
That's true. He raises a good point.
If they're hogging the lane and being stupid about it, and you're trying to send a little bit of a message, I can see that. But in their defense, if they're doing the speed limit or over it,
I don't get mad at that.
Okay.
All right.
Good,
Well,
fair enough.
that's right.
I don't either. I try to, if I pull up on someone and they are at least doing the speed limit, maybe 5-10 miles and over or something like that, then I have no real reason to get up on their ass.
So, Connor, will you give them a speed up bumper tap if you have to?
No, I don't flash the lights. I don't honk the horn.
Right.
Okay. If you're going the speed limit, I don't get that mad.
I despise
But
having
get out of my way.
someone hanging on my ass, especially when I'm doing I'm doing 10 miles over the speed limit or whatever, and I'm with the flow of traffic. Like, in other words, everything around me is traveling at about the same rate, and someone hangs on your ass. Can't stand it.
Hey, here's a text I love. It says there are two types of tailgaters. The a-hole tailgater who knows they're doing it and is just an a-hole, or the clueless, which is Kathy.
That's right.
And both are infuriating. So there you go. That's like my sister. I think she's the clueless. I don't think she realizes that what she's doing is really dangerous and also can irritate the person who's getting ridden upon.
I've perfected the art of movie driving. If someone is tailgating me, where I can just drive and looking at the rearview mirror and stay on. It's dangerous, I know, but I will lock on someone, like, back the F up.
But then you got to wonder if the shading is right with the sun and they can't see your mirror at all, because sometimes you can't, depending on where the sun is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's like, am I wasting this stare on
right,
them?
because I got a good one going. I'd hate to blow it.
Well, yeah, so maybe look out through your side view mirror as well, because that's the other one where there is no shading.
Right.
Maybe.
I don't know if I've driven or been a passenger in. With Preston, I definitely have. Steve, I don't know if I've ever been a passenger in your car. Kathy, definitely not.
No?
No, I don't think
You
so.
want to go for a ride later?
Yeah, sure, no. And then
You
Nick,
want to go through the car wash?
We've been in the car together. But I can't remember when. We've done it definitely down the shore. There was a stretch where
But I drove your car down the shore.
Yeah, I mean, I've had so many injuries over the years that you guys have all had to give me rides. So,
except for me, I'm always the other direction.
Yeah.
Hang on. Here's somebody who thinks they may have gotten someone else pulled over, like Kathy feels that she did. I'm going to go to Pat. Hey, Pat. Morning.
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, buddy. What's up?
Hey, so this was a couple years ago with my ex-girlfriend. We were driving down to Cape May. We were on 55 South, and she was asleep in the passenger seat, and I looked down. I didn't realize I was doing 90 miles an hour in the left lane.
Yeah.
And I slowed down because I saw a cop, and I got right in front. We were driving a black Jeep, and got right in front of another black Jeep, and the cop pulled out and pulled over that black Jeep. I'm still doing it.
You basically did 3-card Monty with Jeeps.
Yes, that's what you did. Yep.
Yes, I did.
All right. Thanks, Pat.
man.
Appreciate it. Although, Kathy, hang on a second. People are want to point this out about the guy driving the truck. I'm going to go to Sean, who is a truck driver. Hey, Sean, good morning.
Hey.
Hey, buddy. All right. So what's your take on Kathy and her possibly getting this other this truck driver pulled over?
There's a good chance the truck driver just got pulled over for a random DOT truck inspection.
Does that happen fairly often, Sean?
What's that?
Does that happen fairly often? Is that a regular thing?
Yeah, you just get pulled over by a state trooper or something, and there's like different levels they can do just to make sure you have your license or your medical card, or they can get onto the truck and check the brakes. So
I'm wondering, but could maybe he got pulled over and that's what they used as the reason, but like the fact that he stopped short right when he saw the cop, like I feel like that didn't help his chances.
Well, to that point, and Sean, if you're traveling along and you're traveling, say, at 65 and the speed limit's 55 and you drop down your speed at the point of being near or seeing a cop, that's not illegal. You're still within, right? I mean, you're simply.
Yeah, right. I don't see,
the speeding part's illegal.
Slowing down.
Yeah, but I don't see tapping your brakes. Unless they see it as you were brake checking the person behind you. Doing something on purpose, which Kathy have made it appear like he was doing.
Yeah, I don't think that would.
All right, thanks, Sean. I appreciate it.
She's like the road warrior.
I know. Everybody I tell the story to, they're like, you did not get that guy pulled over. I just don't know any other reason he would have been pulled over.
It'd be hard to put that all together quickly.
Let me go to John. Hey, John, good morning.
How you doing?
Good. What's up, John?
I'm stuck in traffic behind the tractor trailer, which I want to talk to you about, Kathy. I don't know if you do this, Kathy. However, are you one of those people that slows down when you pass the tractor trailer?
No. No, but that is my mother. My mom will stop like halfway through and she's like, I can't do it. I can't make it.
Oh, I hate that.
Are you serious?
I'm like, just go. He's not swerving. Just pass
on a multiple lane highway?
My mom won't drive over a bridge. She won't pass a tractor trailer.
Man. Thank you, John, by the way. You know what I can't stand? People who don't realize it. Even though the road is turning, you can still change lanes while you're making that turn. There are some people that are you can tell are afraid to change lanes unless they're on a straightaway.
You know where it happens?
I don't get it.
Almost every day, Conshohocken Curve.
Absolutely. I think that's the source of the standard traffic jams in that area. That's what it has to be.
Yeah.
It's simply a grade of a turn. And people can't get from one lane to another because they have this fear of switching lanes
So skip up
while they're turning.
The snakiness of it on Lincoln and Kelly Drive.
Oh, my God.
And you can still change lanes, you said, on a curve.
Yeah.
You know what else that kills me? People who change lanes in the middle of an intersection.
That's illegal.
illegal. Yeah, I didn't know that for the longest time. You know what movie taught me that? Liar, Liar. When he gets pulled over and he admits everything that he did.
Right.
I'm like, you can't change lanes in an intersection. It's so big, Let me go to Heather. Hi, Heather. Good morning.
You guys rock.
Thank you, Heather. What's up?
Hey, so when I lived in Delco, and Casey would know this area, I lived in Wallingford. The boyfriend lived in Oxford. So I would have to drive the Oxford-Kennett bypass whenever I wanted to, see the boyfriend. And there was this little Honda import around Longwood Fire Company. And he was in and out, weaving. And I'm like, screw this. I'm getting away from this a-hole. So he thought because I was in a black Monte Carlo that I was trying to race him. And I ended up trying to, I don't want to say slow down, but he was on my ass. And then I had this lifted big-ass truck on the right. So I couldn't even get out of the left lane. I have a lead foot. I'm going way too fast as it is. And whoever is listening and has been in my car, they know how I drive. So, Kathy, I understand your whole, thing. So what happened was I had to tap my brakes, and the guy who was tailgating me in the little import, he got rear-ended by someone. And I pulled over, and I called the cops immediately, and I said, I think I just caused an accident. And I went to the barracks, and, whoever I talked to, they took my information, and I haven't been contacted.
So
I was shaking.
They didn't see you, Heather, as being responsible then. At least to this point, they haven't seen you as being responsible for that accident.
Correct.
All right.
And it was kind of like when you go on Reddit and you see like idiots in cars or justice served. It was kind of justice served, but I felt so bad.
Yeah.
I couldn't get over. And it is like a NASCAR race around, 3 to 6:30 on that bypass. And it is insane. So this conversation is just like, oh, my God, yes, people afraid to pass a tractor trailer. It's like, come on, people, just stay in the right lane, go 40 miles an hour, I'll go around you.
Right. Yeah, it's a standard aspect of driving that a lot of people aren't aware of.
Thanks, Heather. One of the concepts that I can't wrap my mind, I can't stand tailgaters as it is, but when there is traffic in all lanes, and we're all in this together, and we're all going the same speed, and the person gets up on your ass as if there is anywhere else to go.
This is just
I can't go anywhere, man. Back off.
How are you going to bend the laws of physics here? How are you going to get as if you're going to chip away at this big block of traffic and work where you have to go?
And at the end of it all, we're going to end
Mr.
up,
President, where are you going?
You're going to end up where we're going, 20 seconds before me, maybe?
And you see them right at the light at the intersection. All their hard work and dangerous driving has not paid off.
I get over. I go, you good now? You got one car ahead.
Yeah, exactly. Hang on. This is an interesting tip for those who deal with tailgaters. It's Gary. Hi, Gary. Good morning.
Hey, guys. How you doing? Good morning to you.
Good morning to you, Gary. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
What's up, bud?
So, tailgaters, I don't know, people that tailgate, I'm not sure if they know that they're putting their lives at risk, because people with rage, especially against tailgaters, literally want to hurt other people.
We've talked about it. There are countless stories of this actually happening.
Right.
I have a bat in my car. I have literally stopped in the road to block a tailgater, blocked both lanes, gotten out of my car. It just infuriates me. So
okay, well, this isn't the tip that I thought you were going to pass along with the breaking out the bat.
He's saying attack the person behind you.
Oh, so yes, with a bat. If you beat their car, they'll back off. No, what was your more practical and legal tip, Gary?
I simply, to get over my rage with tailgaters, and it's very effective, I simply just put my hazards on and act like I'm going to swerve over to the side of the road like something's wrong with my car.
Okay.
That's
It works
good.
every time.
Or you hang your gat out the window and start shooting backwards.
All right, thank you, Gary. Try to settle on the rage there, bud. Appreciate it, man.
You know, I've been using the phrase "get out of your head," and that's what you do. You get out of your head in that moment. Nothing's going to happen. You're going to get where you need to get. Like the whole notion, this is actually tangential to the person who, instead of just, okay, I missed the exit, I'm going to go down to the next exit and come back around. This is what I'm doing.
Right.
The person who will then back up or back down an on-ramp or all that crap, just deal with it. Let it happen.
There's a Target over here where people... The problem with the Target on City Line Avenue is that a lot of people think that it is an on-ramp to 76.
Yes, it goes into the garage.
And they turn into the garage, and then they start to back out.
What the hell?
I'm like,
down and up ramp.
Yes.
I hate
It's an awful situation over there, though. They could have done that a little better.
They have stores. They have stores that no one has ever on earth has ever seen. That just sit there. These restaurants that keep coming in and going out because no one goes to them. They just sit there. Place Potbellies.
Yeah. Oh, I love Potbellies.
Yeah, and I love but it just sat there because no one goes there.
Well, Chipotle's been the mainmainstay there.
Yeah.
Chipotle is the only thing that's Chipotle and Target are the only things that have survived there. But
it's like no man's land.
It's such a no man's land that Greg Scrutta used to go over there to nap in the middle of the afternoon.
Former salesman.
Yeah. That parking garage is only one level, right?
Yeah. One level.
Well, Target's above you.
Yeah.
Oh, Target's above you.
It's underneath
It
Target.
would be problematic to start parking within the Target.
Yeah, inside the Target.
But can you get to Target from that?
Yeah. There's steps
You go up the steps.
Wow, there's a Target fact you didn't know?
Yeah, right?
Well, I always go to the front of that Target and park.
You can park in the garage and go straight up the steps.
But I don't want to go over near that garage because you can only go in one way. You can't leave. And
It's poorly designed.
Yeah.
It definitely doesn't help. All right. Listen, we got a few things to stay on time for.
Yes.
So we're going to have to take a break. But thank you for your calls. I appreciate it. Kathy,
Stop
they're saying...
tailgating.
Yeah, come on.
Dear God.
But people are pointing out, again, that there are a number of reasons why that truck could have been pulled over. Most likely it wasn't you that caused him to get pulled over.
You were just a small part.
I still felt bad, yeah.
But back the hell off, Kath. Come on. All right. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. We're going live on Fox. Good day this morning. We have an announcement. And I will tell you this. It concerns the MMR BBQ. I think you're going to like it.
Yes.
We have actually 2 announcements to make concerning the MMR BBQ when we get back. And MMR's Concert Cash, speaking of the MMR BBQ. And the Bizarre File on the way, too. We'll be back in a moment. Stay put.
WMMR, the Summer concert season begins with the MMR BBQ.
Kathy's leading, and she gets to go first, and you get to pick the category that Casey will choose from and how much Casey will wager in that category.
Okay, I'm going to go history.
Okay. Of
course.
For 50.
All right, history for 50. All right, Casey. Delaware County was formerly a part of which other Pennsylvania county?
I believe Chester County.
Your answer is Chester County, and that is correct, sir.
Wow!
Delaware County split off in 1789.
Interesting. After the great Battle of Chester Hill.
They were originally together, and therefore Casey gets 50 points in that particular one.
All right, so for Kathy, I'm going to go with. This is hard. I'll go with sports.
Of course.
For 100.
Sports for 100. All right,
So sweet.
Kathy, here's your question.
Yeah.
Who was Neshaminy starting quarterback in 1990 and current Penn State head coach?
I don't know. God, I know you're going to say it, and I'm going to recognize it, but I don't know it.
Okay, so you don't have an answer, or
Well,
you just
say a
gonna
name.
throw a name out there?
Say your name. Say your name.
Ryan Fitzpatrick, although I think he's a representative.
No, that's incorrect. Casey, do you know who it is?
It's Franklin.
Yeah, James Franklin is the correct answer. So Kathy gets docked 100 points.
All right, I'm gonna try this, but I'm gonna go shopping for. What's the difference here?
You are at 970 right
You're
now.
up by
Casey's at
90.
880.
All right, I'm gonna do 50.
Okay. Keep in mind, these questions came from residents of Delaware County.
People who live there.
They want you to win.
Yeah.
But these are the only questions that I had to go off of, Casey, so no complaining, please.
Well, no. I've already done all my complaining for the day.
I'm sure there'll be no more complaining.
You've got more to go.
I got
This site, recently home to the Countryside Market in Swarthmore, or is it Swarthmore?
I say Swarthmore.
Swarthmore.
Uh-huh.
Was a convenience store in the 1980s. The convenience store had 3 names before becoming the Countryside Market. You just have to name one of those.
Soups? Or like supers?
Incorrect.
Ooh.
No.
Really?
It was either Eddie's, Albert's, or Evans.
Okay.
All right, Kathy, which former Philadelphia Eagle graduated from Pennsbury High School in Fairless Hills?
Is it Troy Vincent?
That's a good answer, and it's correct.
Wow.
Yeah. In 1850, Delaware County's county seat moved to Media. Okay, Media is considered the county seat of Delaware. Where was it originally?
Chester.
He's right. Yeah! Chester was originally the county seat. All right, what category and what's the wager, Case?
Kath, I just want you to do well. All right, so I'm going to give you a whole bunch of points. We're going to wager 100 points on history.
History. This person was the founder of the religious school Log College and later the pastorate of Neshaminy Warwick Presbyterian Church.
Mr. Log.
Mr. Log.
Is that a real answer? I'm curious.
Yes.
Yes? No, it was William Tennant.
William Tennant.
Mother, I knew it was. You know what? And somebody sent me not that information, but somebody sent me information about Log College.
That somebody did you a disservice.
Yeah, they did.
All right, that was William Tennant, a well-known name in Bucks County. 1,010 for Kathy, 930 for Casey.
So 80
It's an 80
points separates the two contenders.
Last question for Casey.
Oh my God! Last question.
Can we just keep going for a little?
Well.
Oh
No, I'm
wow.
just kidding.
Okay, so it's an 80-point difference. This is the last question. Is there a double jeopardy?
There's something else.
Okay. All right.
You look great today, Kath.
Go ahead, say the F word, Ken.
I know.
You want to say it so badly. We can dump it out.
The dulcet tones of Kathy Romano.
That's what Dennis hears around Frisky time.
Damn it. All right, I'm gonna do entertainment.
Okay.
Entertainment.
For 10 points.
Wow. Okay. See, and this is where the strategy comes into play. Casey,
Yeah.
What's the Delco dance club that featured a spaceship and a dancing robot MC?
Listen, it's only worth 10 points, Kathy. Pulsations.
Yeah, that's correct. Yes, absolutely. What's the category and what's the wager?
We're going to go 70 points in history.
70 points in history. And I got to get to history.
Right, Nick?
Yeah, man.
I didn't...
You play Jeopardy.
Yeah, I didn't do well in my SATs, but...
You even know how to wager.
History. What Buxco town was named after George Washington's famous crossing of the Delaware River to take Trenton by surprise in the Revolutionary War?
Washington Crossing.
She got it right. That's exactly correct. Yes.
I got pulsations. You get that. That's fair enough.
All right. So, what is the score here at the end of round 2?
Kathy with 1,080. Casey with 940.
I need the screen, please. For this, we're going to do something now. A few years ago, we had somebody call up on the phone, and we're going to do the same thing. This time, we are calling this, I don't know who's on the phone.
Oh, okay.
The category of I don't know who's on the phone is local businesses. Local businesses. So write down your wager now. Okay, you guys ready?
Yeah.
All right.
Sure.
Wagers are in, and we're playing I don't know who's on the phone. Local businesses, the category, and we have our caller on the line. Good morning. Can you hear me, sir?
Good morning. I can hear you.
All right. Would you please present your question for our contestants?
Good morning. My name is Bill. I'm vice president of a local company. We were established in South Philadelphia in 1891. We are headquartered in Malvern, Pennsylvania, and we have 11 locations in Delaware County and 7 in Bucks County. One of your show members currently endorses our company. What is the name of the company I work for?
Okay. Marissa just handed me a note that says it's over.
It is over.
And
that's not fair.
And I shook my head. And I said, no, it won't be, because more bitching is going to happen.
No, you know why it's not over? Because tonight you're going to wake up screaming, and you'll be reliving it over and over again.
Okay, so do we ask for their answers first, or do I ask our caller on the line what the answer is?
I think what you do is you go to the answers and
first.
then, right.
Yeah.
And then I do the Alex Trebek. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, let's go. And then we'll have our caller on the line to hang on just a moment. So, Kathy, you were in the lead.
Mm-hmm.
And that means you get to go first, I believe, is how that works. So, Kathy, what is your answer?
Dunkin' Donuts.
Dunkin' Donuts. And that is incorrect. I'm sorry. What is your wager, please?
300 points.
300 points. And, Nick, what does that total bring her to?
780 points for Kathy Romano.
Casey?
I really could have done a number on myself here, but I blame my brother if I get this wrong, because my brother's philosophy is go big or go home. Okay? My answer is Horizon.
Horizon. That is also incorrect. And your wager?
940 points.
Oh, my goodness. Let me go to our caller. Bill, can you tell these people what company you work for, please?
I work for Acme Markets.
The official supermarket of the Preston and Steve Show. Casey
wins.
Kathy
wins.
Oh, my God. Oh, my freaking God.
Buxco versus Delco. It was anybody's game to the very end.
I actually, at the last few moments, was sure you had it, Casey.
I did too.
I was sure, because you're also, it looked as if you wrote a short word.
I did. And you know what really stinks is he's the new president, so I don't know his name.
Well, that's why we chose him, because if it was somebody that you knew by the sound of their voice, they weren't going to be able to,
Let's focus on what's important. I won! Where do you want to go to dinner, Casey?
Well, whenever you want, girlfriend. Whenever you want.
Nick, do me a favor. Remove that screen.
Yeah, so he can punch her.
So Casey can punch her in the face. Oh, my God.
Oh. I thought for sure.
They're hugging.
I thought, Casey, you were going to say your brother had quizzed you about this company and you had some insight.
If I can have a moment, I prepared something I wanted to say.
Casey's written a statement.
You know, I came here this week, and I didn't know what to expect. Now, I've seen a lot of people hating me, and I didn't know what to feel about that, so I guess I didn't like you much then either. during this fight, I seen a lot of changing. The way yous felt about me and the way I felt about you. In here, there were two people killing each other. But I guess that's better than 20 million. What I'm trying to say here, if I can change and you can change, everybody can change. I just want to say to my kid who should be at home cleaning, don't forget to scrub the toilets. I love you.
He's a champion anyway.
Not really. I'm the champion. Here's the thing. What's great for you guys is, because what I was thinking is if Casey won, then the whole competition would have been evened out and we had to do it again. Now, I'm clearly
now there's no
the
grudge
winner.
match. There's no grudge match.
2-0.
No rematch.
Ain't going to be no
I
rematch.
win. Thank you very much. I'm so glad that I didn't disappoint my Bucks County residents and friends.
You honestly, you
Mom,
both
Dad, I love
played
you.
very well. Kathy, you played very well. You did. You and I mean, especially honestly in the trivia, you pulled some things out of the proverbial ass that I had no hope you would get, and you got it.
Thank you
so
very
amazing.
much. Oh my God, this was so fun. Thank you guys.
Of course it was fun.
This
No,
was
it
great.
sucked, I
What
think,
a
for everybody.
fair contest you guys pulled off.
Now watch us find out that Soups is actually the name of the place.
Then I would have 100 points and I'd still lose. By the way, Kathy, you mentioned Dunkin' Donuts. Did you know that there's 33 Dunkin' Donuts locations
Oh,
in
there's
Delaware
26 in Bucks County.
County? Yeah.
Are you serious? Are you serious?
Yeah.
Because you did the Wawa question last year.
Do you know how many swim clubs there are in Bucks County?
We have a few things that we're going to get to. So we're going to do, I think we're going to try and maybe pull it off in this order. We'll do the bizarre file. Okay. And then after that, we will get to MMR's concert cash. And then right after that, an announcement that has to do with the MMR BBQ.
Cool.
So not only your chance to win tickets, but a very cool announcement, twofold, that we will be revealing for those who are planning to attend or would or have been flirting with the idea of attending the MMR BBQ. So I think you're going to like this information. We are certainly excited about
Absolutely.
it. So that'll be along shortly. So we'll go, like I said, Fox Good Day, and then we'll do the concert cash. No, we'll do the beat file, and then we'll do the concert cash. Then we'll do the announcement. So we're working on rolling all that.
It's a lot.
So we should hear music, and we're not hearing any music.
Wait.
Hold on, let me hit a button
led to
here.
a debate
There it
on
is.
social media
There it is.
on whether or not this song is considered an oldie.
Preston and Steve.
Morning.
Hey.
That's an oldie?
Okay, so our radio audience, we didn't have you guys turned on. Could you mention that one more time, please? I apologize.
Okay. I'll tell you how this whole thing started. It's about Nirvana's song. But the dispute between listeners began when this 21-year-old guy named Ari posted this TikTok video, which you're going to be able to hear. He says this is an oldie because it was recorded in 1991.
Okay.
Oldies You Should Know, Part 1.
Okay.
Oldies you should know.
Yeah. No, you know
30
what?
years old.
Okay, so no, but it is to that kid. It is to a 21-year-old. I call him a kid. He's an adult, but
It's what, 28 years old? Is that how long?
30.
30 years old.
Yeah.
So yeah, 31 years old. But it seems like yesterday to me when
Yeah.
that song came out.
When you hear
old,
oldies, don't you think of doo-wop and stuff like that? Yeah.
Maybe classic rock or older alternative or
See,
something like that.
I'm older.
I think it's
Yeah.
all the semantics. I think it's
Moody Valley's my oldies.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, but if we were in 1982, okay, and we were having the same conversation, it would be from a song that was released in 1952 or 51.
Well, like the Andrews Sisters.
I know.
Yeah.
So, yes, it's tough to admit
It's
it.
weird though. It is jarring when someone says, "Oh, that's that," but that to this TikToker, it's like, yeah, that. Well, I'm not familiar with. It's the only reason he's bringing up the song is because it's used in the Batman movie and has become popular again.
That's exactly it. I brought that up. I was like, when Batman came out, and it's a really big part of the movie. But here's the thing. If that's an oldie, then what do they call doo-wop? Is that oldie? Like, what's the name for that? Are they all in one
moldy
category
oldie?
now?
They're moldy oldie.
Well, we're going to have to come up with new terms because you had your oldies, right? And then you had your classic rock, right? And then I don't know what the music that came out in the 90s is going to be considered these days.
Yeah.
Isn't there a radio station in Philly that plays the oldies? So
yes.
Do they get into the 90s?
I don't know. I know it's mostly like early Air Supply and death metal.
Yeah. It's the two of them put together. I do not know. Probably, yeah. At this point, generally, 30 years is kind of the rule for older.
I mean, our sister station is a classic rock station, MGK, and they play Pearl Jam, they play Nirvana, and so those are songs that are 30 years old at this point, and so it makes sense for MGK to be playing them.
So where's the line then? Is 15, 20 years? Or at what point did you cross over?
I think the line has been blurred. I think because so many. But what happens is you have kids, 13, 14, 15-year-olds walking around with Queen and on their shirts and like Nirvana and
Ramones.
The Ramones, all that stuff has become kind of, I don't know if it's kitschy or if they're really digging it, but they're aware of it far more than I think I was aware of, the doo-wop bands when I was a kid.
Yeah.
So,
What modern music do you listen to, Preston?
What modern music do I listen to? Oh, man. So my daughter likes bands like 21 Pilots and stuff like that, so I'll listen to some of that. But for the most part, I'm stuck back a little bit. I don't go searching out new music that often.
You do like the sea shanties. Yeah.
Who doesn't? They're so fun to sing along with.
I mean, like Billie Eilish or something like that.
Yeah. There's some good stuff out there, but it's not. I'm my days of going and finding new music. Casey and Nick are more involved in that type of thing, but
yeah, I'm a believer. I like Harry Styles. There's some rap and hip hop out there that I listen to as a result of my kids. So. I like it all. There's only a few genres of music that I don't really care for.
Okay.
I mean, Mike, you still find a lot of times he'll come in here telling me about songs, especially hip hop songs, and I'm like, I haven't heard that, and then I hear it later on the radio, and I'm like, oh, how do you stay on it?
Well, a lot of us.
Did I step on something?
Maybe. Okay, we gotta go. We gotta go.
we gotta go. All right, see you guys. We'll talk to you later.
He's right, though. Like, when you hang out with younger people,
that's it.
You get exposed to younger
when
music.
You're dating younger people.
Much younger, you're going to find that, and also at the when they stomp the yard.
Yeah,
right. Yeah.
Oh, looking at the clock, it's 8.
MMR's Concert Cash. Now, here's your concert cash keyword.
The word is one. Oh, it is. I almost said 0 and E. O-N-E. Yeah. The word is one. O-N-E. You have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter that. There are 3 ways to do it. You can text the special contest short code number, which is 45911, or if you'd like to be entered for the $10,000 grand prize, enter it via the MMR app or at WMMR.com. And one random entry wins $500 in our company-wide contest. And all MMR winners receive 2 free tickets to the MMR BBQ as well. So winners will get a call from our company, Beasley. Make sure that you answer your phone. There are contest rules available at WMMR.com, and it is brought to you by AAA Distributor. The word is one, O-N-E. Good luck.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Natural Lawn of America. Safer for your lawn, kids, and pets. Schedule their full-service program and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Natural Lawn of America, greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Well, this is pretty wild. A patient had a dentist's metal drill bit embedded in his lung.
Holy hell.
What?
For 4 days after he accidentally inhaled it. Tom Josie was forced to undergo a rare medical procedure at the hospital to remove the inch-long drill bit from deep inside his lung tissue. The 60-year-old maintenance worker from Illinois was having a tooth filled when he swallowed the part. Oh, stop it. The date of the accident and the identity of his dentist have not been disclosed. When asked how it happened, Josie chuckled and replied, well, I don't know. I was at the dentist getting a tooth filled, and the next thing I knew, I was told that I swallowed this tool.
Jesus.
So I didn't really even feel it going down. All I felt was a cough. He said after speaking with his hospital doctor, he feared that he would have to undergo major surgery. He said, what happens if he can't get it out? And really, the answer was part of my lung was going to have to be removed. But pulmonary expert Dr. Abdul Al-Rayez, who operated on Josie, Said, when I saw the CAT scan and where the object is sitting, it was really far down in the right lower lobe of the lung. It meant that normal scopes wouldn't be able to reach the bit, forcing Elrise to get creative. He tried a different device, one that was not designed for removing foreign objects, but is instead normally used to help detect early-stage cancers. And he believed the size of the catheter tube was thin enough to maneuver the drill piece into position and extract it. And apparently
That's
he was
astonishing.
able to do it.
Yeah.
This is another fear of mine because they give you the Novocaine, you can't feel anything, and your head is tilted backwards. Not necessarily the drill, but I'm always like, they put that cotton thing in your mouth.
Sure.
I ask every time, I'm like, is it still there? Can you make sure it's still there? Like it's not slipping back into my throat and I'm going to stop breathing.
My fear is drowning on my own saliva while I have my mouth open.
And we're not even talking about proctologists.
So he said, I was never so happy in my life when I opened my eyes and I saw the doctor with a smile under that mask, shaking a little plastic container that had the tool in it. He now keeps the drill bit as a memento on a shelf at his home.
Ask me about this.
Yeah. In Connecticut, a man was taken to the hospital Monday after he. This is a fear of mine, Kathy. Right. When he fell onto a piece of rebar being used as a horseshoe stake.
Oh, man. Okay, that actually happened to my cousin. Went right
Playing
through
horseshoes or just rebar?
Just rebar.
Okay.
Went through his. He almost died. It went through his thigh.
Was it construction?
Jesus Christ.
He was hopping a fence. He was in college,
Oh, my
and
God.
and he was hopping a fence, and he just came down on rebar, and it went through his leg. And
F you, rebar.
Yeah.
A 54-year-old man tripped and fell onto the rebar, and it was 1 inch in diameter. Around 8 inches of the bar impaled the man in his lower torso.
Oh, man.
Firefighters were able to cut the bar and stabilize him for transport to Hartford Hospital. He was conscious, alert, and oriented, and the injury was non-life-threatening when they handed him off to EMS. So I assume he made a recovery.
It's miraculous. Casey, in the thigh, you're dealing with a major artery there.
And it did. I mean, what is that, the femoral artery?
Yeah.
He almost died and bled out there.
Jeez.
Luckily, the person that he was with,
was able to help.
Yeah.
Was a thigh doctor.
We don't have to get into all the details.
It's okay. I'm a thigh doctor.
How about this? One of Wales, meaning the country,
not the creature,
most popular mountain paths was covered in, quote, human stools and litter as visitors flocked to the area for Easter, a mountain guide has said. Guide Gemma Davies said that she even caught a man defecating on the mountain railway line.
Look, kids, they put out Easter eggs for us.
She said she was totally disgusted at the state of the Lamberis path on Saturday morning with stools in paper cups and under stones.
They're Cadberries.
Snowdonia National Park Authority said nothing unusual had been reported. With Wales temperatures higher than in Greece, Turkey, and the south of Italy, visitors flocked to the beaches and national parks across Wales. Ms. Davies, who led a sunrise hike up Wales' highest mountain on Saturday, said the problem was so bad she was, quote, having to warn people to mind the poo.
Oh, my God.
She claimed
it's hell on earth.
Toilets at the summit were closed along with the cafe, and there were no toilets open at the bottom. When we got to the bottom after a 7-hour hike, there were a lot of stool in paper cups under stones, and as we were descending, it was on the path.
It sounds like Kilimanjaro, Nick.
Yeah, it's a real problem. Although it sounds like this mountain at least had bathrooms, but maybe they should open those back up.
As she and a group of visitors were descending, they were stunned at what they saw. She said, I caught a guy going to the bathroom on the railway line. He quickly pulled up his pants and tried to make a quick getaway, but I had already seen it. My group had already seen it, and we had to walk past it as well. Yeah. She called on authorities to provide more facilities on the mountain if they could. All right, this is pretty messed up. Follow-up, a defendant who allegedly murdered a 70-year-old man and then microwaved and ate part of the victim's remains is mentally fit to proceed to trial, an Idaho judge has reportedly ruled. Yeah.
So not to seem callous here, but what is the setting you would use on a microwave?
Popcorn.
Right,
Yeah.
I would figure.
Court records indicate that James David Russell is charged with first-degree murder and cannibalism, and the cannibalism charge alone is punishable by up to 14 years in prison. Authorities said last December they believe that the cannibalism charge may be the first of its kind in Idaho since the state banned the practice more than 3 decades ago.
So 30 years ago, they decided to make it.
Eat away. Yeah. The murder.
Where's Eddie?
The murder charges could result in a life sentence or a death penalty, depending on which route the prosecutor chooses to take.
It seems a little peculiar, though, that he goes through all that trouble and then microwaves it. And, why not?
Air fry
it, bake it.
Yeah, you have many options.
Yeah, so many options. You've already gone through all the trouble of killing somebody and filleting them.
Yeah, and well, anyhow, it's his method.
Yeah.
All right, and there you go. We're going to wrap up the bizarre file right there. All right, a reminder, you have about 7 minutes left to enter the word ONE, O-N-E, for MMR's Concert Cash giveaway. It's brought to you by AAA Distributors, so the word again is ONE. And speaking of concerts and the fact that you can win MMR BBQ tickets that way along with $500, we have announcements to make concerning the MMR BBQ. We're going to go with this one first. Ladies and gents, 2 announcements to make. The first one, we're excited about both of them, but I'm really stoked about this one. For the first time ever at the MMR BBQ, we are going to try this out. We are going to have the Preston and Steve side stage. And the reason we have the side stage is so that we can bring you live music from Froggy. Yes. Froggy will be performing. And it will be their MMR debut. And, well, actually, they played, at the Camp Out for Hunger. But, of course, for a full concert paid event, Froggy is going to be playing our show. And, of course, they've got to play the Preston and Steve Friday song, right? I would think so, yeah. So... you're going to see our favorite punk rockin' gals on stage. And then there are other things that are going to take place. It's not just Froggy.
No, there's a whole bunch.
We're going to do something really unique as well. We're also going to have the return of the Jackie Bam Bam Party Deck, and Jackie is going to be DJing a live set on the Preston and Steve side stage. And then we're going to try this out. We have a really cool band. They are called Sidearm, okay? So they are a live band karaoke attraction. So instead of coming up and singing to a track, you have a live backing band. And ladies and gentlemen, you could end up being the singer for this band.
So imagine this is your dream. So maybe you've gone to a karaoke rock night or whatever. To have a real band behind you playing and you're on a stage in front of people, that's pretty freaking cool.
Absolutely. So we are going to have a chance for you to be a singer in this band down the road. Later on the week, we're going to announce the details how you can enter to be one of the slots and sing on stage at the show. And it'll be a song
Yes.
And so they're going to be cover songs.
Right. Yeah.
And you'll be able to get up and see what it feels like to sing in front of a crowd like that at a concert event in the summertime.
Yeah, I mean, there are dozens of songs that they played that you're going to be able to choose from, and we will have those songs available.
Makes it easier.
To,
Now, I have not
audition with.
I have not seen Sidearm, but my buddy Bobby Perillis is the drummer for the band. He is outstanding. We've known him for years. He used to play in the band Octane.
Awesome.
And I've known Bobby for ages, so I'm stoked to see, and maybe he'll let me get up and play drums. Let's see about that. But they're a killer 3-piece band, and what we're going to do is we are eventually going to reveal a list of songs, and you're going to have to make a video, post that on social media, and then we'll pick ones that we like the most to be at the MMR BBQ. You'll get tickets to the MMR BBQ. You'll be able to perform on stage. Now, we haven't got it set up yet for you to enter, but if you know a singer who loves MMR, who wants to do this, let them know that this is coming, and we will reveal that information very, very soon.
So you get the tickets, you get the show, you get the chance to perform, maybe live out a dream, perform on the stage. We're going to be there. It's our side stage, obviously.
Yep.
And so it's a win-win every which way.
Yep, absolutely. Who knows? Maybe one of us will get up and sing.
Possible.
River Valley Vocal Band. No.
Little Mermaid?
I don't think so. And then announcement number 2 for MMR BBQ. We would like to announce the 420 4-pack deal for tickets. And here's what's happening, all right? Available now through May 2nd at 10 p.m. While supplies last, the 420 4-pack deal is going. That means that you can get a 4-pack of tickets at $20 each. So that means each ticket is $20. So it's $80 for 4 tickets, essentially. So this is a sale price, and we are explicitly rolling this out on 420. So it's called the 420 4-pack deal.
It's a great deal.
4 tickets, $80. plus Ticketmaster fees, so keep that in mind as well. But that is through May 2nd at 10 p.m. while supplies last. You can get all the information at WMMR.com as we speak, so get on board for that now. We got people texting in now that hadn't bought their MMR BBQ tickets yet, but because they heard that Froggy is playing the show, they are now going to get their tickets. And I'm very happy to hear that because we want you to see that band along with Pretty Reckless and Living Color and Disturbed and everybody who's a part of
It's
it.
our first time ever having our own side stage.
It is. So maybe this will turn into a tradition from now on. We'll have to find out. So MMR BBQ, everything available, WMMR BBQ or WMMR.com. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3.
There was something that I was sure you
Okay.
guys were going to answer, and I really put a lot of time studying it.
What was it?
I have several other ones, and we don't have time to do it now.
time.
But
Okay.
maybe next week we can go
Yeah,
through some
we
of the
can go through
questions
them.
because
We'll do a question purge.
I'm dying to know.
So one of the big things in Bucks County, and specifically Levittown, was the LPRA pools, and I thought for sure you were going to ask questions about those.
Nothing came up about
Oh,
that.
okay.
So
And because we were both lifeguards, I could have sworn there was going to be. There were a couple of things where I'm like, all right, what do Kathy and I both have in common? Dunkin' Donuts was obviously the one. And, and I thought about Acme, but I wasn't sure how many Acmes there were in Bucks County.
Yeah.
So
I had to pick something that both counties had in common.
Oh, I know. And
I tried to see if there was maybe a famous person that was born in one county and went to school in another or lived in another, and I couldn't come up with anybody.
How about this one?
Okay.
William Penn founded two towns on either side of Philadelphia, and he called them new towns. Okay, so there's a Newtown, Bucks County, and a Newtown, Delaware County.
Yeah.
Same question, different answers. So
Interesting.
Newtown, Delaware County was founded in 1681, and then you guys were like 1684 or something like that.
Well, William Penn actually was born in Rutledge and opened up the first sweet roll shop in Croydon.
Yeah.
I did so much research. Meanwhile, we both were like, no, we're not doing anything.
Kathy, Marissa, there's a couple of pieces of paper underneath my
I
computer.
did so much research on, and it didn't need to be because I knew you weren't going to stick to Levittown, even though that's where I grew up. But there's all of those sections. All of the sections have different street name or have the street names with the same letter of the section. So I memorized 3 street names for each section. In case you asked me the same question.
But then both of you were full of crap that you weren't studying.
Dude.
Listen, and it wasn't until
Look at his study sheets.
it
here.
wasn't until last
It looks
night.
like his tax returns.
Steve, I did it last night laying in bed. My cousin Katie texted me and she goes, if you're not studying, I'm going to be so angry. And I was like, oh no,
Yeah.
I'm studying, I promise.
Yeah, so like shopping, I'm surprised you guys didn't ask me about the bazaar.
Shop-a-rama.
I remembered because the bazaar's not there anymore, but I remember.
Casey, there was a question about the bazaar that was, what is the name of the store that used to sell rock T-shirts at the bazaar?
That might have been Comic Universe. I don't know.
No, it was
for
Rock
sure.
Tees.
Rock Tees, yeah.
So you wouldn't have gotten that one right.
And I want to thank Levittown Now because they did an article on, or they did an interview with me a while back, but he sent over like a fact sheet on Bucks County.
Really? Do you know what the population is in your county?
You know what? I didn't go there because I thought we kind of covered that yesterday.
Yeah.
What is it in Delaware County?
562,960.
I know there's 17,311 homes in Levittown. Oh my God!
Ridley Creek State Park is 2,600 acres. There's 191 square miles in all of Delaware County, 184 of which is land.
Driftwood Water Adventures operates out of Tyler State Park and Falls Park.
Yeah, Strathaven High School is actually named after Thomas Leaper's hometown in Scotland. And by the way, I'm going to start a petition now because the Strathaven mascot is the Panthers, and because it's named after a town in Scotland, I feel like their mascot should be the Griffins.
Okay,
The Griffins,
fair
all
enough.
right.
Start
Yeah.
that petition.
Nick Murphy, also from Bucks County. Did you know that there was an East and West Levittown? I did not know that, and it is split by Edgeley Road. Yes.
Wow. What's the oldest library in Bucks County?
Oh, you know what? I think is it gone? It's gone because the library that's there now is new.
Do you realize you're providing questions for when we do this again in 30 years?
No, we're not doing it again. I win.
The first library, I think the oldest library in the country is in Delaware County, Casey.
If it is, then it's Darby Library because that's the oldest in the county. And then the longest tenured mayor in Delaware County, he's been mayor for 44 years. Frank Kelly in Collingdale.
Okay.
Shout out.
Bob Casey, Pat Toomey.
Yeah. Well, Bob Casey's for
Ryan
both of us.
Fitzpatrick.
Do you know who your city councilman chairman is?
No,
or
I didn't do councilman. I just
John
did the Senate and House of Representatives.
Bob Brady. That's
what else do I have?
The 7th congressional district is vacant right now.
Levittown's 22 square miles.
Felicity alum. Felicity.
Tonight on a powerful Felicity. Felicity shows up late for a chemistry class.
I'm sorry. I thought it was an 8.
That's to go to detention.
Go to detention. Felicity.
Carrie Russell.
Carrie Russell. She, formerly of the long locks, who killed her career by cutting her hair, but has now grown her hair back and is doing great things with the American.
So Carrie Russell was Felicity.
Sound like it's Carrie Russell's history.
Presented by Rita that she grew her hair back and it was wonderful. She plays a commie bitch who pretends she's one of us. Those commies.
In what?
In The Americans.
The Americans.
You don't watch that?
No,
She's a spy.
I don't watch that.
It's like that John Travolta, Kelly Preston movie.
Oh, yeah. You know The Experts.
The Experts.
But she may join J.J. Abrams and Star Wars Episode 9.
We forget that it was J.J. Abrams who created and wrote a number of the
Felicity episodes.
I did forget that, yeah.
Yeah.
No word yet on whether she'll tackle a hero or a villain in the epic franchise. The movie begins shooting in London this month, by the way.
Unless we forget also that Carrie Russell won Mr. Skin's Best Butt Shot, I believe, in the Anatomy Awards.
Get a nice pooper.
No kidding. Casey says she's
got a hell of a pooper. kind of butt you want to spend a weekend spelunking at, if you know what I'm saying.
And we are back from vacation.
We are.
So the.
Oh yeah, this is nice. It's good stuff.
Look, there's some soccer players in there from Thailand.
Some kids. I'm gonna help you out.
You guys all right?
Wait, I see light from the badge.
Oh, God.
We can do this.
Wow.
It's a new survival story unlike any other.
Walk this way, kids. Here we go. Is it a stalagmite or a stalactite?
The tight or from the ceiling stalactite hang on top, and the mites are.
You know that?
Yeah, that's the old stalactite.
It's tight. It hangs on, and stalagmite might make it to the ceiling if it keeps growing. So.
And all of this is taking place in
Felicity's butt.
Okay, yeah.
Text says, driving my kids to daycare, my 2-year-old is calling my 1-year-old a commie bitch. Thanks. Sorry about that.
Sorry.
Well, they're learning about a time in our history that was very important.
Yeah. Hey, I noticed a few things.
Oh, my God.
Yes.
I did. I absolutely, positively.
He's back.
Yeah.
You know what he does. He notices things so you don't have to.
Yeah.
You're too busy sleeping 3 hours a day on your job.
Yes, it's
He's
true.
out there noticing.
Hey, you know what I noticed? I noticed that my penis looks a little bit bigger in the summertime.
Is that right?
Yeah.
And I think I know that's why is that? You tend to be trimmer in the summer, don't you?
No, actually, this is something that was on Reddit, and I just used me as an example. This is not true, but apparently there's something called a summer penis.
And the living is easy?
Or summer penis
makes me feel fine.
So on Reddit, one user asked if others experienced a, quote, bigger D in the summertime and smaller in winter.
Bigger D.
I'm paraphrasing.
Winter's coming. Winter's coming. Smaller D's for everyone.
Men said soaring temperatures cause their junk to appear larger. And when they're happy, so to speak, when they're at attention,
clap your nuts.
Apparently, it's better.
When you're happy and you know it, clap your nuts.
Squish, squish.
Ow.
Dr. Dudley Danoff.
Dr. Dudley Danoff does not exist.
Author of The Ultimate Guide to Male Sexual Health says that hot temperatures cause blood vessels to widen.
Yeah.
And you may swell a little bit.
Oh, yeah. I'm swelling right now.
Urologist Dr. Jamin Brambot.
Stop it.
This is fake.
There's not even, yeah.
Dudley Jammin.
Dudley Danoff.
And his nurse, Katrina Thunderrod.
This is urologist Dr. Now, I'm probably pronouncing this. It's probably Yamin, Jamin. I just said
Yamin.
Jamin.
You got yourself a big penis there, man.
Brambot, which is Brahmbhatt.
Maybe it's Jimin, and his real name is like Benjamin, but
he changes it
instead of going by Ben, he goes Jimin.
It's quite possible.
Well, Yamin Brahmbhatt says that men's penises always remain the same size, but adds that blood vessels near the surface may contract to maintain heat, and that hot weather may cause those blood vessels to fill to the max.
We're not talking about a 1.5-foot increase. We're talking perhaps just a general. Now, however, though,
fullness.
When you lose weight, it does appear to be larger. Correct?
I would think so.
Stand to reason.
I would guess so, yeah.
So, yeah, that's. But I mean, yes, in the engorging process, perhaps.
But also,
Bill loves all these words, by the way.
Don't you feel like your fruit hangs a little bit lower during the summer just because
it's sad?
Not necessarily that, but it's just it's warmer. So
I think so.
Things
right?
are looser.
For
Yeah.
proper child production, the baby batter must be cooler, right? That's why your testicles are the way they are in the body's configuration. They always say to you, loose and cooler. Well, is the you guys have kids?
I don't know. I didn't
really
look that much into it.
You didn't chill them up before you got it on.
But it is sophisticated.
Spray them with some CO2.
It is sophisticated equipment that is meant for the purposes of of reproduction. Yes, and therefore it maintains to a certain temperature so that your equipment
Your
will work
McDLT.
properly, and you're cool on the cool side and hot on the hot. Anyway, we'll move on to something else. I just liked it because the headline was "Heat Waves Lead to Summer Penis."
Oh yeah.
From the noticer.
Thank you.
Makes me feel fine. Blowing into jasmine across my sack.
Love that song. Can't help it.
I did notice something else.
More from the noticer. He notices so you don't have to.
I noticed
across an empty field. Down the dark alley.
I do notice that I will use digital assistants from time to time. The two that I use are
your fingers.
No.
And your toes.
Not those digital.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Meaning Siri and Alexa. Those are the two that I use from time to time. Now,
okay.
Alexa I mainly use for like a timer when I'm cooking or music to listen to real quick or something like that.
In your kitchen, do you have the show, the Alexa show? Which has the screen on it?
Oh. No.
It's actually very cool, especially if you're doing recipes or things of that nature.
Right.
Yeah.
So anyhow, there was a new study that finds which is the smartest of them all and in what order. This is Loop Ventures. They did a study that had researchers ask the four digital assistants 800 questions, and they found all assistants were great at understanding the questions. And they have determined who actually answered the most questions.
I have them all, or have had them all. This sounds like I'm bragging about sexual conquest. But, yeah, so go through this. I'm curious to see if it lines up with what I experienced.
So they found that the smartest of them all is Google Assistant.
Okay, so that's what I learned, is that the ability to answer questions and questions contextually went to Google.
I can't stand when I ask Siri a question and she just gives me a bunch of websites to go to. I'm like, dude, just give me.
Do not like that. However, though, Google Assistant will most often default to Wikipedia.
There are obviously silly, ridiculous things that you don't need it for, but you use it for anyway.
I still do, yeah.
What do you think for you is the most practical purpose for using any of these?
Well, honestly, for when I'm sitting, for example, if I'm sitting and I'm I'm setting up something for the media. You know, I'm watching TV or whatever, and I'm looking down at something, or I need the lights on, or I'm turning lights on and off.
Okay.
Playing music.
I think that's
the radio.
What I would use it for.
Playing. I walk into a room. I constantly use it for weather. I constantly use it. I'll get a quick news update.
Yep.
So I'm interfacing it with that. And if you look at if you find out on your app on your phone. It'll tell you your last 70 requests, and mine are always sort of the same thing.
Okay.
You know,
I mean, it records everything, so you can find out every single request that you've asked.
I am using them all the time throughout the day.
But you know what? Like, you're busy, Steve. I know somebody, Nick, who can probably come over to your place, who I think is in between gigs right now. Gary Lauer is not doing anything right now. Is how
you know what? Honestly, you don't even need.
Why some things go viral, but they just do. Mm-hmm. This is one of those. It was on TikTok. There was a gal. Her name is Amber Smith. And she was posting about her first date with this guy they had done through a dating app. It was on Hinge. And she said, he asked me on a date, and here we are. And she was shooting the video in the parking lot of her local Target because that is where he wanted to go.
Oh, that's nice.
As a first date. And the video, it amassed 800,000 views and 60,000 likes within a overnight, just took off.
And the reaction was really positive.
Oh my God, yes.
People saying she should marry him, right?
Women are saying you have found your guy. You have found your forever guy because he wanted to go to Target for a first date.
I mean, that's cute. You know what
cute.
I mean? If he did that for her, that's really cute.
Yeah, and apparently they spent an hour walking around. And the date ended. They are going to do a follow-up date.
Oh.
Apparently it went well.
Yes.
But I think, and it didn't say in this particular story, but I think I saw it in the news yesterday that she had said his reasoning was, look, we'll hang out together. And if it's awkward, we're just at a store. We can kind of, and just go our separate ways.
Right,
and it'll be okay. And that was his reasoning behind that.
I can see that. To me, you got an icebreaker. It's something different. There's things that I've, like first dates. A lot of times, a movie is a first date, but to me, it's you're not communicating. You're not communicating. You're just sitting there.
But on the other side, like a dinner or a lunch or something like that is almost too concentrated. Of you're just sitting across from each other, and here we go. We now talk. If you have something else to do,
right.
And you can still communicate, like walking around shopping or something like that. Hunting.
Wow.
I think it can make it a little bit easier.
So I think the coffee date has become a little bit more prominent. It's sort of the midday. You go out for just a cup of coffee, and that's it.
What could be another store? That would be a good first date.
Of course.
Home goods.
It's so funny where your brain goes versus where my brain goes. Because you say home goods, I was thinking like a REI, an outdoor kind of store, and check out hiking
for your
gear.
girlfriend, she would probably like
exactly.
that.
Yeah. We'll go to Sam Ash.
There you go.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah.
Look at all the guitars and drums and stuff.
Or you just go in general to a mall, right?
Well, you could, and that's what I was wondering. Does that count as the same? I guess it could.
I think it is.
Yeah, teenagers. I grew up near King of Prussia. If you went on a date,
Was that a teen date?
Conestoga High School, Steve. Actually, Conestoga, Upper Marion, Radnor High School. We all went to the KOP Mall. Sometimes it was like group dates, where it's just a whole bunch of people going to the mall at the same time.
Right.
But also, it was like if you wanted to go steady with a girl,
right?
That's where you.
We're going to go to Spencer's now.
Oh my God!
But
take it to the next level.
As an adult, I guess going to the King of Prussia Mall and getting a bite to eat and then kind of walking around a little bit.
Well, you're looking for something creative that again has the things that you just mentioned. Something that provides you with hey, it's awkward, so we have an easy out. We're both going to separate quickly. Mm-hmm. I assume the thing to do is obviously is it now you think the norm? I don't think it is. Where you're obliged to go pick the person up, right?
I think you meet now just to make sure he's not going to kill you.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
I wonder if, all right, so if you were to go out on a date, like to dinner or something like that,
food court.
The guy would be on the hook for, let's just say, $60 to $100, right? I'm just sort of ballparking it there. What if you took the girl to Target or the mall and you said, I'm taking you on a $60 to $100 shopping spree.
Listen, I think that I think going to the mall, it's not cute like Target. You know what I mean? Like that was
Target's a little more.
That was a nice gesture.
Yeah.
There's a whole stigma around Target.
Target's beloved.
Women. Yeah, right. So I think that was just cute. But I don't see there's anything wrong with going to the mall, but it would probably be more of like a date where
When Dennis asked you out on the first date, where was the location? Where would you guys do?
We'll skip that. We were drunk at a bar.
Oh, you just met?
Yeah.
All right.
But you had to have had a date after that.
Yeah, I think dinner.
The free clinic.
Yeah.
No,
No, dinner.
Dinner. Okay, yeah.
I took Rochelle to a hockey game. I took her to a Blues game. Yeah, that was our first real date that we went on.
And did you pick her up and drop her off and all that stuff? Did you guys go out afterwards?
I believe so. Yeah. Yep. So
The first date that was, we went whale watching.
That's a good one.
Yeah, and Claire was working for an organization called Okinas out near Montauk, Kathy, that did that. So she was part of the crew that would do the thing. And we went along with it.
Cool.
Although if it had been a bad date and you're stuck on a boat for several hours,
Yeah.
you know, it's a
I
good
hate you, whales.
Or you got seasick.
Yeah.
Man, you're a loser.
Don't say that, whale.
Yeah, going somewhere you could potentially get sick, not a good idea. But I mean, the unique first dates though are wonderful. I mean, that's what you kind of hope to have.
Something to talk about, something that can spark also, other sort of offshoots. If you're walking around a Target, you can get someone's fashion sense. You can say, find out if they're like a homebody. If you go to the entertainment section, point out the movies you like.
It'd be kind of cool at Longwood Gardens. That'd be a good
That would
first
be
It's
date.
a beautiful one.
It's outside, beautiful. Take a nice long walk.
If the date goes
you can run
awry, you can
into the
bury
woods.
the person.
You can bury them there. Yeah,
Right.
exactly. Hang on a second. Let me go to Kate. Hi, Kate. Good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, Kate?
I like to do a video chat on the app first because you can really get a good sense of seeing and hearing somebody and all that sort of things before agreeing to meet them for like a drink or coffee.
So, Kate, it seems that this is like the one of the really big things to come out of the past 2 years plus. The pre-meet on the video chat thing. Do you think this is something you will always do? Correct?
Yeah, I mean, like you really get a sense of somebody, right?
Right.
Like if they have like an awful, like terrible Philly accent or so.
If they have a terrible Philly accent.
Unbearable.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
But what about if the background is like the Mars landscape?
Yeah.
Yeah, there could be all sorts of weird things. No, I see that. You do want an indication. Just seeing something, in text and a static snapshot. If you could actually converse with the person, that would help.
Yeah, and to see like just how they carry themselves, their confidence level. Like you can tell a lot within the first few seconds.
Well,
really.
let me ask you: if a guy said for the first date, "Hey, I'm going to take you to Target," would you find that endearing and fun, or would you be turned off by that?
No, I think that's fun.
Okay, all right.
But thank you, by the way, Kate. And that on his end, the guy who we haven't seen anything from yet, it's kind of a test for him as well to go, how will she react to me saying this? And if she's fun and is into like cutesy stuff and doing something different, then that's the type of person I want to hang out with. Yeah. Oh my God, this is stupid.
Well,
You're stupid.
Yes.
Why don't you just give me the money you would have spent on dinner
and let me go shopping by myself. You can leave now.
There are some good.
Why is the parking lot below?
In fact, these texts are flying in left and right that I don't have time to read them all. But
Longwood Gardens does have a beer garden now, so that's that's a step in the right direction.
Right.
There was one. The people were saying IKEA. Like if you're going to follow like the Target model. Yeah.
IKEA's fun, and then also think about your first date was at IKEA, and then for your dinner or your meal, Swedish meatballs. Mm-hmm. Nice.
What about places like going to an amusement park or something like that?
I think that's a good one. I think
ice skating, roller skating,
like no one's going to.
activities.
If you have motion sickness, you're not going to agree to that. If you're asked on a date,
paintball.
How about that? You're on the same team,
right?
You know?
Yeah.
How about a taxidermy class?
I took a date to Buffalo Billiards one time. The pool hall down in Center City, and that was a lot of fun. There was like an activity to do, and it was a good date. And then I'm not going anywhere, but it was like it was a fun date.
You need to have that right mix, Nick, of something where you can talk while you're doing it and talk about like billiards, obviously. where you can take the pause, where you're so committed, like my taxidermy class, where you can't talk about anything but, then that's a hindrance.
When you're opposite sides of the table and you run out of things to talk about.
What about
air hockey?
That's like the painting with the twist stuff. You know, something like that.
Something different. I don't know. All right, let me go to this. I have Len. Hey, Len. Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yep. What's up, Len?
So a girl at the gym tells me that she's got a girl she wants to set me up with. And I said, all right, give me your number and we'll talk. So I text her during the day and we start chit-chatting and she goes, well, I said to her, I said, what are you doing tonight? She goes, well, I have a formal to go to, and left it at that. I was like, well, are you asking me to go with you? Because I'm a custom tailor, so I have 2 tuxedos. I said, and she knew that. She said, yeah. She goes, let's go. So I meet this girl. She's absolutely beautiful. We go to the Valley Forge Convention Center. There's a 10-piece band. It's for doctors. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was for doctors.
Eye doctors.
No, regular doctors.
Okay.
And general practitioners. And they had a 10-piece band. They did all 70s and 80s music. It was awesome.
Wow.
And then later on that night, the mummers show up. It was a phenomenal.
In the bedroom. No, that is wild. I think most people would say our first date is going to be a black tie event. I think that would be kind of daunting for a lot of people, but you rolled with it.
It was great. I loved it. It was a great first date. And it lasted, I think we dated for 6 months. It was good.
Okay. All right. That's not bad. And it turns out she was a doctor, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, well, there you go.
Nice. All right. Thanks, Len. Appreciate it. Let me go next to Doug. Hey, Doug.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. What's up, Doug?
Well, so I met my girlfriend through Facebook, and after we talked for a little bit, we wound up walking around Pennypack. Pennypack Park.
Yeah.
And she's a nurse. I'm a firefighter. And we got engaged back in June, and we're getting married in October.
So just the walk. Could you tell it was magical right from the walk?
You know what? It was just funny because a lot of things that we talked about, we had a lot of similar interests. It was.
She's an arsonist.
Stop it.
He loves fire.
So, but
I love
essentially,
putting them out.
Your first date was a walk.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Walk
Well,
around
nature walk,
Pennypack
yeah.
and talk.
Now
That'll work.
And then obviously,
Thanks,
if
Doug.
it's not going well, you start walking faster.
That's all you have to do. So fast that they can't keep up at all.
One of my favorite songs. I love rock. I love. Slow down.
Yeah. In fact, here's a text that says they went on a date at IKEA. Somebody recommended Lou Turks as a first place.
Lou Turks would be great
first date.
because hey, that's my mom up on stage.
That's a Delco date for you.
This is
Delco
interesting.
date?
Somebody
What?
took my now husband took us skydiving on our second date. That's a bold move. I mean,
Yeah.
if it works, cool. But if not, like if she's terrified of that,
Let me pack your chute.
Yeah.
They packed their chute afterwards. But what? I'm wondering if simply upon where they wanted to go. So this guy recommended Target as their first date. If you had refused to go on a date because of the place they suggested, like Lou Turks. Maybe.
What's verboten? What is it? What is an absolutely for bad date, first date? Like to me, you run like an Italian restaurant is a bad first date because there's a lot of sauces and things that could spill, and you
I didn't think about that.
Yeah. So
I think like a wedding. You know, if you need a date for a wedding.
Yeah, man. Forget that.
Yeah, I think that's problematic.
That's awkward for people who aren't even on dates.
Are we going to have children? This is our first date.
Yeah. Hang on. I'm going to go to Roy. Hey, Roy. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
What's up, Roy?
Hey, my wife and my now wife and our first day was at a funeral luncheon the day after we met at the wake.
A funeral luncheon. You met at the wake, and you said, "Hey, let's get together."
Well, yeah, we met at the wake, and then, we're texting that night, and like, hey, what do you do tomorrow? Like, well, I think I'm going to go to the funeral. And, she's like, well, maybe we should just, maybe I'll go too, and we'll get together at the luncheon. And then that was the first date.
Oh, so who died, by the way?
So my friend's grandfather and her friend's grandfather, they were brother. Our friends were brother and sister, and they were just kind of mutual support, and didn't really have anybody else to talk to. So,
okay, so you were stricken with grief or anything like that.
Yeah.
Okay,
it's very casual.
Yeah.
In fact, they were coughing inside.
Hey,
hi,
how long did it last, Roy?
Oh, we're married.
Oh, you're married.
Ah, there we go.
We've been married for 7 years.
And every time he smells formaldehyde, he gets a boner.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, this was 14 years ago.
And you share this story with people and tell them that you met at a funeral?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely everybody. Oh, how'd you meet? Like, well, you're never going to believe it. But
honey, remember, don't move while we're having sex. Don't move.
God, it just reminds me of the funeral. That's funny.
That is wild.
I wonder how many people share the story of a meeting at a Preston and Steve event. Or we got a text from Sunny. Their first date was a MMR BBQ 2018.
Oh, I love that.
And I guess they ended up getting married as well.
We had a whole series of people who had first dates at, the mixer technically isn't a first date, right?
No, not really, but it's we met there type of story.
Yeah.
Here's text says, my now wife took me to Penthouse Strip Club in Philly to watch her friend do amateur night.
Oh, my God.
And her friend won.
All right.
So did you end up with you ended up with your wife. Okay, not her friend. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. Let me go to Dave. Hey, Dave, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
What's up, Dave?
Hey. So my now wife, we'd known each other for years. A friend tried to set us up, and it didn't work. We'd gone on 2 dates, which honestly I don't even remember, and then didn't really talk for a couple of years. But then we had, Kathy's kind of moment of a drunk hangout at a bar that turned into then a first date. I took her to the shooting range.
So you're drunk and you figured, let's go shooting.
Yeah, absolutely. Guns and alcohol go great together.
Now, did you know if she was into shooting sports at all?
No, and so that was, I didn't even think about it at the time. I'm not a big gun person. I do own one, but I just like it as kind of a fun activity.
Yeah.
So when I proposed it to her, I didn't even think, some people, this might not be cool, or I don't know. Even though I've known her for a while, who knows? Maybe I'll piss her off and she'll turn it on me. But no, it turned out well, and we're going on getting ready to be 8 years married next week.
All right. Nice, man. Thanks, Dave. Appreciate the story. I think going to unique stuff like that is a good way to kind of test water. Like, they have like hatchet throwing now and stuff like that.
That stuff is good. Something that just gives you something to talk about. Like Target is a perfect. I think people default to I'll meet you at a bar or I'll meet you.
Right.
It's too hackneyed.
How about miniature golf?
I like that.
Is that like overly cute? You know what I mean?
How about Build-A-Bear?
Okay.
Well, it'll show you got deep pockets if you take her to Build.
Yeah, seriously.
You get two bears.
You're not cheap.
Yeah. You must drive a Lambo.
Let's see. We'll go to Francesca. Hi, Francesca. Good morning.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. What's up?
So I met my husband actually at his father's funeral. No lie.
A lot of people are hooking up at funerals and wakes.
Chicks get so horny at funerals.
His second oldest brother and my brother were best friends in high school. So we went to, pay our condolences, and that was the first time I ever met him. And our first date was his first tattoo appointment. We picked up McDonald's, and I watched him get his whole back tattooed.
So you sat there and watched him get a full back tattoo?
Yeah, it was free food.
Oh, my God.
Free food.
I want to know what the tattoo is.
Yeah.
Oh, so his whole back is pretty much dedicated to his dad. And, there's a whole scene of, angels and demons and all that stuff.
Huh. Are you tatted up too, Francesca?
I I have a couple, yeah, not as many as he does. He has like quarter sleeves and his back and legs and all that stuff. But
You have Alf on your cleavage, right?
absolutely.
All right, Francesca, thank you. Yeah, the funeral thing. That's
Will Smith and
maybe it's more common than we realize.
I just, like weddings were always good. When I was single, weddings were always fun, and there was
single chicks?
Yeah, because that's part of the deal, and but I don't know. There just seems something inappropriate about being, corpse side and saying, "What's your number?"
Speaking of corpses, let me go to Tony. Hey, Tony, good morning.
Good morning, Durka.
Durka.
What's up, buddy?
So I met my wife on Plenty of Fish or one of those weird dating apps, and decided to try to take her to the Mutter Museum.
As a first date?
A first date, Mutter Museum.
Okay.
Like, let's vet it. Let's vet it out. So we get there, and there's a wedding there. There was a wedding. God. We opened the doors, and there's a bride and groom and the whole deal, and they kicked us. They're like, nope, we're doing a private wedding, can't go.
Oh, man.
So, I know, right? I was so mad. So eventually, we're now currently married. So eventually, when I decided to propose, I proposed at the Mutter Museum, right near like the dried penis, wax vagina.
Right. Or the colon would be cool.
I'll turn her on.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So that's a good vetting process to figure out if she's cool or not.
Yeah, and when you had pitched the idea to her about that being the place, how was she receptive to it?
Oh, totally. She was like, whatever, I'm in. She's like, I'm up for anything. It's not a big deal.
That's a good litmus test. Absolutely. That's why I like the Target thing. They're saying it. So I think this went viral.
Thanks.
Okay, that's cool. Let's do it.
Oh, we have the guy who texted in about the Penthouse Strip Club. Yo, Fred, you're on the air. Good morning, man.
Yo, guys, what's up? I'm cutting grass.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm 420?
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm actually cutting grass.
You're actually cutting grass. All right. What's your story here, Fred? I wanted to hear a little bit more about this.
Yeah, my now wife, she her friend was doing amateur night or it was like wet t-shirt contest night at Penthouse in Philly, and it was like a Wednesday in the middle of the summer. She took me and my friend up there to watch her friend do amateur night, and she won that night. But it sucked because I'm landscaping in the middle of summer, hot days and whatever, and here she drug us up to Philly in the middle of the night on a Wednesday in the middle of the week to watch that. But that was it was like our second or third date.
So what was your first date? Was just that first night, the Penthouse Club?
That was like her second or third, and then, but before that, one of her first dates, we drank a bottle of tequila in her car.
Oh, that's not really a date.
Yeah,
that's kind of just hanging out in the car.
That's an abduction.
That's just like drunk driving.
Yeah, she was in the trunk.
Yeah.
Yeah, but things got better.
All right. Okay. Thanks, Fred.
I don't like her a lot. She's buried in Longwood Gardens.
Marissa mentioned this. She wrote down a note and says a Quizzo is a good first date.
That is actually,
You end up learning a lot about the person.
Right.
And you can find out where their interests lie.
Sure.
If they're really good. If you guys watch the same movies or listen to the same music or something like that, can come up like that.
Kathy, would you do like D&D, Dungeons and Dragons as the first date?
Are you kidding me? No.
What about something physical like
sex?
No, not quite like that. But
Jello wrestling?
What's that?
Jello wrestling?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going for.
I thought you said cello wrestling.
I thought he said that too. Yeah, cello wrestling.
What are you doing with that cello?
And a cello in a pit and see who wins.
Dude, I pinned that cello 4 times.
Like a hike or something?
Yeah, I guess so.
What about a round of golf? That wouldn't be bad if you and your partner know that you each like golf.
Yeah,
and
if
you
they
got
played,
out and you. Yeah.
If they knew the game, yes.
Yeah.
If not, it would be a nightmare. It would be a 5-hour nightmare.
Oh, I've never played before.
Yeah. Oh
No!
This is going to be so much fun. Let me see here. I'm going to go to Jamie. Hi, Jamie. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
What's up, Jamie?
Hi. So,
Hi.
yeah, a friend of mine, and we went to a haunted hayride, and we had this creepy guy friend that tagged along. So I met this one guy, and I was like, hey, you're my boyfriend for the night. So that was our first date.
Okay, so that's more a meeting, which I think it's very cute. So from there, what was actually your, okay, we're going, when you, sometimes, you have to say, okay, this is our first date. What was your first date after the haunted hayride?
Well, it was dinner.
Okay.
He was late.
All right.
And he was late. All right. And how late was he, Jamie?
Probably about a half an hour.
That's not good. It's not. Were you sitting there in the restaurant alone?
What was his excuse?
He had to work.
His wife wouldn't let him. You go to that whore? No, that's awesome.
I have to say, we've been married for 12 years.
Excellent.
All right,
Excellent.
good for you guys. That's cool. All right. Thanks, Jamie. I appreciate it. Well, this guy, it was a good idea. And apparently, and she had told him, like the next day or a couple of days after, she's like, do you, you have a TikTok account? And he said, no. And she's like, well, just to let you know, I posted this video about us going on a date at Target, and it has exploded. And it went viral. It's probably got over 1 million views at this point.
It's pretty wild.
But people saying that was a great idea, a good sign that this is a keeper, and they're going to go out on another date, and we'll see how it goes.
Get creative. It's a good way to.
That's the thing. But it's hard. Sometimes it's hard to come up with that outside of the box thing.
Yeah.
And, but if you hit it just right, it can be perfect.
Well, drink a bottle of booze in the car.
That's right. Yeah.
One more caller, real quick though. I have Jackie who's on the line. Good morning, Jackie.
Good morning.
Hey, you're not calling in about first dates, are you?
No, I'm not.
Oh, what are you
I'm
calling?
married, so I can't have a first date.
I got you. But you do have something to tell us, right?
Yes.
What is it?
I won $500.
Yeah! Cash winner! And Jackie, not only $500, but we're going to give you tickets to go to see the MMR BBQ with us.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you get the tickets too. It's nice. Where are you calling from, Jackie?
Philadelphia.
Philadelphia. You live in Philly? You work in Philly?
I live in Philly. I
Excellent.
live in Philly.
What part of Philly?
Mayfair?
Mayfair section of Philadelphia. Nice. Excellent. Jackie, you been a long-time MMR fan?
Yes.
Well, we want to thank you for those years of listening by giving you $500 and tickets to go to the MMR BBQ. Congratulations to you, Jackie.
Thank you very much. I'm excited.
All right, hang on a second. There you go. Next shot is coming up at 10 a.m., roughly an hour from now. We'll give you a special word and tell you how to enter it to us, and maybe you'll be just like Jackie and win all the goods. We're going to break and be back in a moment. When we come back, Henry Winkler and also Jane Seymour joining us. So stay with us.
It's pretty hot out there.
Just have your own Gary.
I'll turn it on for you. Lights on.
All right.
Hey, Gary, lights on.
All right, 1 second. There you go. Gary, should I wear a sweater outside? I'll be right back. It's pretty chilly. Lauer.
Lauer.
Yeah, Lauer.
That's what it would be.
Yeah. Hey, Lauer.
Yeah, because Gary would be too common.
Hey, Lauer, play Allman Brothers. Lauer, switch to Skinnerd.
Hey, Lauer.
Yes. Switch to Killers. Somebody told me.
All right.
Hey, Lauer, play MMR.
Well, don't you have to kind of have like a bing bong prompt?
Yeah.
You know.
Hey, Lauer. Working.
Play Summer Breeze by Seals and Croft.
Summer Breeze. Fine.
So Lantern Entertainment and the Weinstein Company have come to terms on two major sticking points in their deal, a price and a close date. So they agreed on a final purchase of $21 million and expect to close on July 13th. A bankruptcy court hearing is scheduled for July 11th, and Lantern also agreed to make numerous payments to creditors to avoid a lengthy court battle.
All right, so and they're obviously going to not use the name Weinstein, right?
Oh, no, yeah, they're not. I don't think they're going to do that.
Charles Manson Productions.
So they're going to.
They figure it has a better reputation.
Hell yes. So they're getting closer to.
And then you can have Manson instead of the MGM Lion.
Wouldn't that be awesome? His face in that circle logo.
Right.
I love it.
This is one of these meetings in with the town where people can get up and speak their mind. And this young man got up and he had a take on legalizing prostitution.
So I propose this. The city allows for licensed masseurs to give genital massages if the masseur and the client both agree to it. We let someone get naked and have every other part of their body touched and rubbed by a massage therapist. Hell, we let proctologists spend their day men and sticking things. So if someone wants to yank a guy's crank, I say let him.
Oh my God. That really is as inspiring as FDR's speech on December 8th, 1941.
I love the last part of that. Hang on.
So if someone wants to yank a guy's crank, I say let him.
I say
And so I say to you, if someone wants to yank a man's crank, I say let them do it.
Okay.
And so by this time,
legit?
Well,
maybe.
You know what? I don't care. But he was definitely in front of this group. He was prepared. He seemed, and then he goes on. It's not just enough to state that's your intent or what you'd like to see happen. Yeah. You have to provide.
You got to back it up.
Examples.
Yeah, some context.
Some context to it. Yes.
Here's clip 2.
Picture this: a big old sweaty fat guy would get with your hand actually be that much worse than giving him a full body massage, getting up in there under the folds of fat, or being the proctologist sticking your finger.
Holy hell.
If a grown adult wants a job, another grown adult is willing to give one for money, then let them. That would truly be a happy ending for everyone.
Okay.
Oh my God.
The crowd loved it.
There is, I think, legitimacy to his claim, by the way. Are we going there or are we not going there?
I want to hear. What do you think?
I like the way you.
Casey started doing
like a velociraptor all of a sudden.
His head was going left and right. Are we going here?
Well, yeah. I mean, dude, why is that illegal?
Rubbing tugs?
Yeah.
There is that. This is an age-old question about the. In fact, right before the Magna Carta came into being, there was the rub and tug.
I mean, there is a separation of church and state, right? So, is morality a church thing?
Wow, this got a lot deeper than I thought. We were simply playing a goofball, but you want to work out whether prostitution or the sex trade should be legitimized.
Well, maybe we should put them in malls.
Let's talk about abortion. Let's lighten things up a bit.
How do we want to proceed into the next thing that we're going to do?
Well, I think we should. Where did Bill go? Oh, Bill, could I trouble you to come over here? I got to ask your opinion on the air about something. If you
Bill Weston, man about town.
He
just goes, oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Yes, well, the real reason we have rouged you into this studio is to offer you our thanks and congratulations, and allow me to read the words of Kevin Gunn, if I may so attempt.
You certainly may, sir.
So, we call him the man about town. We kid him about his kitchen cleaning, dashing wardrobe, and how he presides over meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting. He's always open to ideas, but he often reminds us that, quote, this is not a democracy. Probably a good thing, too. Can you imagine if the Preston and Steve show, me, Jackie Bam Bam, Jackson, Brent, and the rest of the MMR staff were left unchecked to their own devices? Or if there was no one to say, let's think this through? Or have you considered what might happen if? Or the building might not go for that. Or are you out of your freaking minds? You want to do what? But there it is. Bill Weston, the adult in the room. He is our leader through a business that is open 24/7, 365 days a year. He has to deal with the creative types, the executives, the sales staff, the accountants, the consultants, the concert promoters, the bands, their managers, countless live events, listener comments, office demolition and construction, and it is quite a job. He does all of this with a measured demeanor, self-effacing sense of humor, and a wealth of experience and wisdom. This year, he has also taken up the additional task of overseeing MMR's 50th anniversary celebration and has done so, might I say, with limitless energy and incredible savvy. So, In addition to being the man about town, Bill Weston is also the man about music, the man about programming, the man about administration, the man about meetings, the man about sometimes saying no. In short, the man who's all about this radio station. And that is why, and probably to his chagrin, we, his staff, award him the well-earned and long overdue recognition as the Rock of MMR.
There you go. Thank you. Thank you. That's no idea. And yes, to my chagrin, because this was something that we came up with to award to or recognize people that don't get recognition.
The unsung.
Yeah, this happens just a couple of times a year. This award is handed out. Right.
It is a giant rock on a platform, and it's got the MMR logo, and then it's got little spaces for whoever might be the rock at any given time.
Yeah, like the Stanley Cup, the names are added to the rock. Right. And now we add Bill's name to that.
That's... I'm touched, and I really appreciate the sentiments expressed in your missive. Who wrote that? Kevin.
Kevin wrote it. My
Thank you,
presentation, but entirely Kevin, who is a genius and brilliant and one of our great ones. He wrote the words.
Yes, my reward is I get to work with really talented people who are in much better positions to act.
Stupid.
Freely and
freely. Well, the idea, the words that Kevin put in there, you want to do what? And which mostly applies to you guys.
Yes.
You want to light a refrigerator on fire in the parking lot and then add 7 cars to the mix and see if we can cause a giant mechanical explosion?
Yes. That's
I mean, consider what we have done in the last 15 years. To just imagine what he has said no to.
Oh yeah.
Well, then tolerating a pony coming in.
Yes.
Well, he didn't know about that one.
Yeah. Never.
Some things you beg for forgiveness.
You just don't apprise him of.
I thank you very, very much. That's like I said, my reward. I was just came back from a long motorcycle trip out in California.
Right.
Actually went through Petaluma, Pierre, and I was telling these guys that I was hanging with, just regular guys, retired cops and plumbers and whatever. I said, I still love my job. I am blessed to be able to work at WMMR with people who care, and actually their first response to something that needs to be done isn't that's not my job. It's to how can I help? Right. And it's that kind of atmosphere that we have, and we involve our listener because they're an integral part of that radio station. It's a great thing. So this is very cool. I appreciate whoever took the initiative.
A complete surprise, would you say?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I had no idea. I was over in engineering looking at floor plans. And Chuck says, we need you in the studio. I said, they need more time off. What are they going to ask for, more vacation time? Preston's complaining about too many live reads. I'm like, oh my God, what is it?
But the thing is, every one of us has worked for insane program directors at various times, and I think the nature of the job drives people over the edge, and for some reason it has not done so with you. You've retained this balance that even if you're pissed at us, you present it in a nice way, and you don't call someone while they're on the air and say you should never have done that. You wait until they're off, and then you take them in and have them strapped down. And you truly you have this balance and this calmness that is in a frantic group of madmen and women that we are. You really are a father figure that doles out a lollipop when needed and sends you to your room when needed, but does so in this balanced, calm, and reasonable and nice fashion.
Thank you for saying that, Pierre.
There's really something extraordinary about it.
They say in teacher, sometimes you teach what you cannot do.
Right.
You guys do something that I wish I could do. I started out as a disc jockey and was pretty mediocre at it, So I respect and appreciate what everybody does and the talents in this room, on air, and also in our programming and promotions department. I I appreciate that. And
you get a parking spot now, too.
Yeah. That's right. It comes with a parking spot.
And one other thing, he's worked so hard on this 50th anniversary.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
You know, he's pulled out, he's found archive selections I didn't even know we had, and I've been here for a long time. I mean, he found America singing A Horse with No Name. You know, he found...
We had to steal that back from the guy who stole the tapes from us.
Really?
Yeah, oh yeah.
I mean, he's found so many cool things and you know, gotten, you know, really worked the Foo Fighters thing and the Bon Jovi thing for these special 50th parties that we've had, and U2 and all these other things. And he's just, on this 50th alone, he's really...
And the fact that he forged on even after learning that it's the 49th.
Right, right, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, almost single-handedly ruined the Bon Jovi concert. I mean, I don't know anybody else that could do that.
That gave us a great story, though, for on air.
If you hadn't heard, we did a group photo right before the band took the stage, and they all have in-ear monitors and these little, what look like Walkman kind of thing attached to them, power pack.
I was wearing this jacket, by the way, and it got hooked on the button on my coat, and it yanked it out of his ears, and he gave me the dirtiest look.
They were seconds. I mean,
Wasn't Bill's fault.
No, it was nobody's fault. But they were like they were running on the stage, and they stopped to do a group photo. And then in one of those bizarre Spinal Tap, truly moments, John's wire that goes from his ear to this little backpack that they all have in their pockets caught on Bill's coat.
Well, that's what you get for wearing a blazer to a rock concert.
I know. It really was my fault. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right.
All right.
Thank you all. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Pierre.
Bill Weston, the rock of MMR and Man About Town.
He is the S.
Yep, absolutely. The ESPYs are stupid, but I didn't see it. Marissa, you watch it. How did it make the 4-pack deal for 4 tickets, and it's $80 total, which means $20 per ticket.
It's pretty awesome.
Plus the Ticketmaster fees, and that's through May 2nd at 10 p.m. So that was the announcement. And then the other one was that we are going to have something new at MMR BBQ this year. It is the Preston and Steve side stage.
Yeah.
And we'll find out and tell you exactly where that is in the venue when we have things all set up and ready to go. But we're going to have 3 cool things that are going to be taking place on that stage. Number 1, it's the MMR BBQ debut of our friends Froggy, as they will be performing live on that stage, that 3-piece punk rock group that we love. And this is a song called Emo Scum, by the way, that we're playing right now.
Midwest Emo Scum.
Oh, Midwest Emo Scum.
Come and talk to me.
So,
I think you're cute. Don't mind that I'm 23.
all right, so Froggy's going to be playing a set, and then Jackie Bam Bam will get up, and his party deck will return with him being the DJ, and he'll spin a set for us.
Excellent.
And we are going to have a live band karaoke. The band is called Sidearm, and eventually you could be the lead singer up on stage at the MMR BBQ on the Preston and Steve side stage. We have details coming later on the week on how you can be entered to be one of our singers, and it'll involve you making a video of you singing and posting it on social media.
When we did our Idol, what do we call it?
Pandemic Idol?
Pandemic Idol?
Or Isolation Idol?
Yeah, Isolation Idol. There was a ton of talented people that entered that really tore it up singing rock songs. So this would be a nice opportunity for you.
So that is all out there now for MMR BBQ. You can get the details at WMMR.com. Can I do a couple of shout-outs while we're waiting for Mr. Winkler?
Yeah.
We may have time for only one. It says, hey, Preston, be so great if you could send a juicy shout-out to my friend Sue, who is celebrating her 60th birthday on April 15th. So a little late with this because we were out. Sue and I work together and listen to you guys every single morning. Thanks. And that is from Denise Beck. So there's a shout out there.
Awesome.
And then I will do another one. It says, hey, Preston, not sure how I'm supposed to go about this, but my daughter Jen, longtime listener, 25 plus years. She will be celebrating her 40th birthday on April 14th. Her name is Jen Donatucci, and lives in Abington. She listens to your show every day. She's an amazing mother, daughter, sister, and friend. She's got 2 amazing kids and a fantastic husband. She's always there to lend a hand.
You read this yesterday.
I did do this one?
Yeah.
Isn't this
Kathy?
Is this the one that said, Kathy, help us out?
Oh, you know what? I printed it twice because Marissa sent this to me as well. So, you know what? Another happy birthday short to you. All right.
There you go. You got your second one. You got two of them.
So nice.
Don't contact us next year.
So nice I had to do it twice. And then here's another one. It says, hey, my name's Courtney Rose. My husband's 50th birthday, Thursday, April 14th. And I was really hoping that you could send a juicy wet shard out to him. His name is J.R. Rose, and he absolutely loves your show. He's been a very faithful listener for years and years and years and years, and he got me hooked. You guys absolutely rock. I've never laughed so hard in the mornings. Thank you for all you guys do. It's greatly appreciated. J.R. Rose, turning the big 5-0 and never looked so good. She said that's from Courtney Rose. So that's
very nice
for you guys. All right, now our guest is ready to go, and we love having him on any day of the week.
Yes.
He's such a great guy, and he does wonderful things like writing great kids' books. Getting kids to read.
A ton of them.
It's a wonderful thing. And, of course, he's got a show, Barry. Season 3 is going to premiere on Sunday on HBO, by the way. And it's we need to count how many people that we've had on the show that have actually been mentioned in the Hanukkah song by Adam Sandler. Because I don't know if we'd had that many, but we definitely know he has been in, or at least his character has been.
Yeah.
Please welcome the one and only Mr. Henry Winkler to our show this morning. Henry, good morning.
Good morning. I just wanted to say that I wish Courtney Rose only the best.
Oh, my God.
Dude.
Yes.
We got a birthday shout out from Henry Winkler.
Oh, that is the best, man.
Hey, Henry.
Everybody needs a birthday shout out. And then Adam Sandler, when I heard myself in the Hanukkah song, I made it my business to find him. I called him up and thanked him for including me. And then all of a sudden, I was in The Waterboy.
Yes. You're in The Waterboy. You're in a couple of different movies. You're attacked by bees in Little Nicky.
Yeah.
So in Little Nicky. So it's 11 o'clock at night. I get a phone call. Hey, it's Adam. I really need a favor. Whatever the guy's name is, Sosa. He's a baseball player. He didn't show up. And you got to do me this solid. So I get out of bed, I drive for about an hour, I get to the park, I sit down for 3 hours, they put bees on my face, I'm smiling, and there I am, I'm in that movie.
Wow. It's actually a hilarious bit that he has to do something that I guess is just, the nicest guy, as you have this reputation of being, and having to get attacked by bees. It was very funny. So, but you've got, of course, Barry, which is a huge hit. Casey is a massive fan. We do love the show. It's been a couple of years, though. It's been in stasis because, obviously, all things COVID. So this is the third season. It's been a long time coming.
We were sitting at the table reading the first 2 scripts in 2019.
Wow.
There was a lunch for us prepared right outside the door. We're all sitting there. We read the scripts. We have our lunch. It's finger food. We're all picking at each other's plates.
Oh, my
We go home. The next day, we're called in, and we are going to read the next few scripts. Same lunch. There's leftovers. HBO is cheap. And all of a sudden, we hear on the radio, the NBA has canceled their season.
Right.
We look at each other. We get a call from the main office at HBO. Hey, guys, go home. It'll be about 8 weeks. You'll be fine. We go home. And 2.5 years later, we come back to shoot the third season.
Well, I hear an interesting thing happened. So the writers wrote the complete third and fourth season and then went back and sort of rewrote the third season. So it's been really, really worked on and curated, and apparently everyone is just thrilled with the way it's coming along.
I'll tell you something. Bill Hader and Alec Berg are the producers and the creators, the directors, and Bill is the star.
Right.
And you could not ask for better bosses because they create an incredible environment for you to be in. They create a very special space that is really structure, and then inside that structure, you're free to be your character. And then together as a group, we are friends on and off the screen.
It's awesome.
And I saw the first 2 episodes just 2 nights ago. They showed me. And it's incredible.
I can't wait. And I've watched every single episode, and I can't sing the praises of Barry enough to anybody. The first 2 seasons are amazing. The episodes are only like a half hour long, so it's palatable. And like now, like if you want to binge it, you can binge it really quick.
Get caught up.
But the fact that the way the last episode ended at the end of season 2, and then I've had to wait this long, and I, along with millions of other people, have had to wait this long for this story to continue. It has been torture. I mean, it really has been, because the show is so good, and the way it was left up, it was just absolutely torturous for the last couple of years.
Okay, so I'm on stage 19 on Paramount Lot. That is the very stage I shot 10 years of Happy Days. Wow. I'm lying in my bed on stage 19 on Paramount Lot, and all of a sudden I whip out of bed and I go, oh my God, Barry Berkman did it. Bill Hader. I realized that Bill Hader's character killed the woman I love. I finally found love, and he has ripped it out of my heart. What do I do now? I sit on my bed. I open a box, and there is a gun that was given to me by Rip Torn. It was screen used, and all of a sudden, the adventure begins.
Very cool.
It is so good. And by the way, Henry, you're a great actor. You every single character you portray on the screen or on the TV is completely different than the one before. And I don't know if you get enough credit for how good of an actor you are.
Well, you know what I realized for sure is that I'm not a leading guy. I'm a character actor. So when I have my my script and I see, oh yeah, I can do this, I go to work. Sometimes there are not enough calories. It's like chewing celery. There's nothing there on the page, and then I have to go home.
Well, with Gene and your character, who is an acting teacher and has had this revelation about a student he thought was just kind of eccentric. I wanted to ask you yourself. Have you ever taught, because I know Ron Howard has taught on the Masterclass series. Have you been approached to do that for acting?
You know what? I have taught 5 Masterclasses in my professional life. At Emerson College, where I went, at Northwestern, where Gary Marshall went, at the big festival, the South by Southwest in Austin, Texas. I taught 2 classes. And that's been it. The rest of it, I've had 14 teachers, and I just take a little from here and a little from there,
right,
and wrap them all together and make this horrible teacher, Gene Cousineau. I have all these students. They're adorable. They have to wear pants, and all they have to do is pay me on time and in cash. After that, I don't care.
Hey, Henry, you had mentioned character actors, and Steve here mentioned Ron Howard. And to tie both of those 2 subjects together, today is Clint Howard's birthday. We were talking about his career.
He was
earlier.
my catcher. When we were doing Happy Days, we were also a Happy Days ball team.
Yeah.
Gary Marshall dreamed of owning some sort of franchise, some sports franchise. So we traveled all over the country to every ballpark, every major league ballpark, and played an exhibition game. And then we traveled with the USO and traveled and played with the troops.
That's great.
In Okinawa.
Wow.
And all over Germany. And Clint Howard was the guy who taught me how to play baseball. I never played baseball before.
I saw it was either a documentary or a feature on Happy Days, and that was a big part of your guys' bonding, was you would play all of these ball games.
Yeah, because we played every Sunday.
Wow. We
played somewhere here in Southern California against other shows, agencies, where the actors' agents
right.
Formed a team. And we played every Sunday as the red and white uniforms, Happy Days. Yeah. It was amazing. I loved it. I'd never played before.
Wow.
Well, we also have to ask, because the last time you were on, you talked about Hollywood versus the Galaxy had just come out, and we found out that you were a staggeringly prolific author who had also you'd battled dyslexia, overcame that obviously. So, are you working on the next book now?
We are. The Alien Superstar, Hollywood versus the Galaxy, is the last of that trilogy. It is for 5th grade to 7th grade. But right now we're working on a little book for very beginning readers. And it's about a little duckling who has this dream about being a detective.
Okay. And this is coming out when?
That will be in the fall of 2023.
Okay, excellent.
Very cool. We got to come on again. We love having you on.
Yep, absolutely.
You bet I will be here. I will be here.
We would talk to you anytime, Henry. We know you got to run, but listen, just reminding people, season 3 Barry premieres HBO Sunday at 10 p.m. Always great to talk to you, sir. Thank you.
And stay well, and I hope your families are well, and what a pleasure.
Excellent. Thank you. All right, let's hear it for him. He means it, too. And the gal got a shard out from
That was hilarious.
Oh my God, that's great.
Oh, my God. He is the best. I watched in preparation because he was coming on today. I went back, Steve, and I watched the last part. It's the final scene of Happy Days.
Oh, yes.
And Richie is leaving. He's moving to California or something like that. And the last scene is between him and Fonzie.
Yeah.
And
because they became the core of the show.
They became the core of the show, yeah. And the last line is from Henry Winkler, and he just says, and he gets choked up. He's like, "I just want you to know, I love you very much."
Yeah.
And as
probably wasn't even acting.
Oh, I got so choked up watching it, man.
But what he does, even in the dumbest movies, what is it? And I enjoy it. The Kevin James movie about the wrestling.
Here Comes the Boom.
Here Comes the Boom.
Yeah.
He's heating up. What was it? Henry Winkler's cooking food on the radiator on the car heater, and gets everyone food poisoning. But he does, there's the master of the slow burn and there's the master, but he gets these looks on his face and he lets things breathe like he did initially in Night Shift when you realize this guy's really great in comedy.
I love, and the thing about Night Shift, that was probably his first real role after Happy Days.
He'd done one called, I think, Heroes, where he was like a worm farmer with Sally Field. It was just he was a Vietnam vet.
But you had never seen him as a put-upon person because he was fun.
He was larger than life. Yeah.
And to see him as Chuck, the character, just beaten down was hilarious. He was that movie is great.
It's great.
And that was Michael Keaton's screen
that kicked in for him.
That got him going. So if you've never seen a movie Night Shift,
directed by Ron Howard,
it's such a great movie. We have a couple minutes, right? We're gonna get Jane Seymour on in a second, but I saw
Let's have her deliver some shard outs.
I saw this in conjunction. We were talking baseball with Henry. Did you guys see the San Diego Padres? What they've done?
No.
So yesterday they became the first Major League Baseball team to announce a deal for ad patches on their uniform.
Oh, no kidding.
Wow. Yes.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time.
So the Motorola logo will be worn on the right sleeve of the players' jerseys next season. So
that's a shame.
Do we think it's going to head into Premier Football League
it's gonna have
territory?
To.
I hope not.
A lot of the teams in the NBA, if not all of the teams, are already doing it. In hockey, they were starting to do it on helmets during the lockout, and I mean not the lockout, during the pandemic when they were playing.
And once they started the naming rights to the stadiums and things like that, they were like, okay,
you can't put it back in the bottle.
Part of the issue for all of the leagues is because of the last 2 years, attendance is way down, and so people weren't able to go to games. And TV rights make a lot of money for all of the franchises, but they needed to find ways to make up revenue, and this is a way to do it.
I mean, so they haven't done it, I don't think so, in football yet. But I mean, if you think about it, whoever makes the jerseys, they're getting that signage. You know what I mean? Like the Nike logo or the Adidas logo or whatever. That is on the jerseys. Well, nobody even thinks twice about that.
But I mean, to have like Applebee's on.
No, I know, I know.
And that's the issue. Or Spalding over their nutsack.
Well, and for me, like if I want to wear a jersey, so I was following Manchester United,
right?
And I wanted to buy a Man U jersey, but. It was just a Chevy logo on the front of the jersey. It didn't say it was a tiny little patch that says like Manchester United somewhere in but
So the most prominent feature of their uniform is the Chevy slogan?
the Chevy, and I was like, I don't want to wear
Yeah,
it.
but look at the Union.
Yeah.
The bimbo is huge on
And
that
I do
front.
like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do ya?
I do, because I love Entenmann's cookies. I love Bimbo, yeah.
It's funny that it's the Padres that are doing this. I just looked up their net worth, which is $1.5 billion, and they have a beautiful stadium and a pretty loyal fan base. I'm surprised it's not a franchise like the Miami Marlins, who do terribly and can't get anybody to come to the games, or the Tampa Bay Rays. You know, the fact that it's a Southern California team that's profitable.
Yeah, but that's why. Because people want to buy on their uniforms, not on a game where nobody's going to go.
Yeah, but they're doing this as a money-making endeavor for the franchise itself in the games.
Do you think
this
the
has
issue
nothing
is
to do with selling jerseys?
Nick, if it's like one, like with Chevy or whatever, you have one. Well, I think the thing people don't want to have are uniforms that look like a refrigerator with all sorts of like NASCAR. NASCAR, exactly. Yeah.
Well, the basketball jerseys right now is just the one little patch, kind of the top corner right now.
I'm a purist when it comes to all of it. I balk at it, and it's just me being stubborn, I guess, about it.
And nostalgic.
Well, yes. Yeah. I mean, look. Here's how backwards my brain is sometimes. I bristled at the fact that the Los Angeles Lakers changed the name of their venue from the Staples Center to the Crypto.com Arena or whatever.
Right.
It was already a corporate franchise that had the naming rights on it. It was the Staples Center.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh man, it's been the Staples Center for 20 plus years.
Like you should keep things pure.
Right, exactly. But I like the Yankee stadiums. The Lambeau Fields. I like arenas that don't have corporate names on them. It's just personal preference, but it's inevitable. Most places are going to be that no matter what.
So this has already popped up right away because they just MLB and the Players Union reached in March an agreement. They were given the right to have the patch ads on the uniforms and sticker ads on the helmet. So they were like, boom, they're jumping on this. Uniform ads will start with the 2023 season. So actually, it's not going to happen this season. However, helmet ads may begin with the year's postseason.
Preston, I always think of the the original Bad News Bears and all the other
Chico's
teams.
bail bonds.
Chico's bail bonds.
Yeah, I think the Yankees it was Denny's.
Yeah, right.
Like they had a
national,
legitimate,
and the Bad News Bears had Chico's bail bonds.
And that happened to us as well when we were playing Little League Baseball. For years, we were the Padres, right? And Padres. And so Padres, Royals, Phillies, and all of that. And then it became... We were like Modesti Contractors versus Voight's Golf versus Canoodling Funeral Home. That was Canoodling. The Dodgers became Canoodlings.
I was in 6th grade, Vincent C. Oliva Funeral Home.
Yeah.
And we were terrible. And my dad was always like, well, you shouldn't have been sponsored by a funeral home. Half the players were dead.
Yeah.
But it was like Vincent C. Oliva Funeral Home in Paoli.
The Phillies became Capizzoli's Catering. Oh my gosh!
So you couldn't retain the team name. You would have to be known as.
There was no team name on your jersey.
Because I played.
You had a number on the back.
I told you I was on the Phillies for 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, it depends on where you are because at the Harleysville Little Leagues, the teams had a professional name, but they also had a sponsor. We sponsored. I bought a sponsorship at the Preston and Steve show on their jerseys.
Kathy, you're sponsoring, right?
I have one right now. Yeah,
Right now,
I have a softball team. Yeah.
Kathy Romano
Collection.
Yeah, okay.
Yep. And all the moms are getting jewelry for Mother's Day.
That's smart, man.
But so where my kids played,
same thing though, Preston. They are an actual team name, but I'm the sponsor. But I'm on the back of their jersey.
You're on the back of the jersey.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And so
do you have a picture? I'd like to see it.
Yeah. My kids all played Little League and T-ball, and they had team names. But I guess it's because all the sponsorships. There was signage around the baseball fields and stuff like that.
Well, we have to see maybe about selling sponsorships on pajamas, Preston.
Yes.
It's a possibility.
Well, I got somebody you can talk to because she's on the line. She is a very elegant woman who has a new pajama line, TV show.
Friend of the show.
And loves her chickens.
Yes.
Of course, because last time she was showing us around her chickens. Please welcome the amazing Jane Seymour to the show.
Hi there.
Hi, Jane. How are you?
Really well, thank you.
Now, I mentioned the chickens. Are you still, deep in chicken poop, I guess? Or?
Oh, yes. We have way too many chickens. I had this crazy idea of sort of spring and Easter to let some of the eggs that, we normally would be eating turn into little baby chickens. So right now I think we're overrun with chickens.
Oh, my goodness.
You were pretty locked and loaded before you had a ton of chickens. So it would just have you?
And they have the best real estate here too. I don't know.
Yes, it's glorious. Listen, I'm very excited about your show that you're promoting, Harry Wild, as well as we'll talk about the pajamas. But I love whodunits. I love this. Seems to be giving you also ones that aren't in the vein of like a Columbo or engaging. It allows you a chance to participate in solving quirky characters. Is this from a original from a series of novels, or is this an original for television?
This is an original for television. The brilliant Dave Logan came up with it, and it's just such a gift. I mean, everyone's gone crazy for it. I mean, the only criticism I've had so far is that they want more. When you've binged 8 of them and you've already watched them 3 times, it's fantastic. I've never been so excited, actually. Literally globally, people are going crazy for it, and it's a wonderful, fun character to play, and I'm hoping that I get back to doing some more of them.
I love to see this, and again, my wife and I are fans. So we were Only Murders in the Building, the Hulu series with Steve Martin and Martin Short, and anything like that that's engaging. That they're classic, going back to Agatha Christie and all of that sort of stuff. But you are a quirky character. You mentioned your character is a professor. A literature professor. You get mugged, and so your life goes in a slightly different trajectory after that point, correct?
Exactly. Well, first of all, she rather acerically, goes in front to the university where she's professor of English literature in Trinity, and she quits in front of all of her students and basically says, I don't care about you. You're, mindless and a waste of air because you're just taking your parents' money and you think you can go party because it's English literature and it's easy, it's books. Right. Bye-bye. And then she does like to go down to the pub. She hits a lot of shots and is a constant lover of red wine and whatever man she fancies when she does. So, she's never been married. Her name is Harriet, but she goes by Harry. And she basically, having been mugged, finds herself recuperating briefly at her son's house. Her son is an actual detective. And she's bored to tears because he has terrible literature in the house. And she realizes the thing on the TV about a disappearing girl and whatever's gone on. Basically, she sees the case notes and she realizes that she knows from an Elizabethan play that no one else would probably know unless they studied English literature, that this guy is kind of, that's the clue. And no one will listen to her, especially her son, who kicks her out. And inadvertently, she becomes not only a detective, but she finds the young kid who was her mugger, realizes he's not a bad guy, just, wrong side of the tracks, doesn't want to study. And basically the whole premise of the series is that they become this wonderful detective duo. They don't mean to, but they're successful at it. And he's 15. He comes from the streets, so he knows a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy who knows the dogs, who knows how to pick locks. And she uses her knowledge of literature and history to solve the crimes. So it's you've never seen this show before. That's what's fun about it.
No, I'm definitely going to check into it because this stuff, again, I love being able to be engaged by this. I think we're all fans of true crime stories. Anything like that is engaging. Hell, Netflix is half of the true crime and other stuff similar to that. So you said that worldwide the reaction's been very good to this, and it has. It's shot in Ireland.
It's shot in Ireland, and a lot of people don't know what Acorn is, but Acorn is an incredible streaming channel that has a lot of English, Irish, Australian, New Zealand, the best of all of that material. And very sweetly, they're giving a free month subscription, so you can watch my show if you subscribe with the name Jane in capitals.
All right.
So, but it is, yes, it's literally sold all over the world right now, which is unbelievable.
Excellent.
How much time did you have to spend shooting the series in Ireland? You had to have been there for a while.
It was COVID time, so it was kind of tough, but I was there about 4.5 months.
Wow.
And we shot it, for what we were doing quite quickly, really. But they gave me an incredible cast. We got the best crew. And I was crying when we finished the last scene. I just burst into tears. I just felt that these people were the most wonderful family of actors, writers, and crew that I'd ever worked with. They were just lovely.
That's great.
And did you channel that emotion into creating a new pajama line?
I did. I'm wearing them right now.
All right.
Yeah, so I don't know about you, but, if you have the ultimate pajamas, you just never want to take them off. And if they happen to be nice enough to wear with your jeans and go out in, they're even more desirable.
We're looking.
Well, the good news is that I'm a painter, and the bad news is I ran out of space to put my paintings, so I thought I'd put them on my clothing. So I've done a very limited number of pajamas, some with my koi fish, but my koi fish have teal in them. I have never seen a koi fish with teal.
Oh, okay.
So they're artwork, right? And very sort of yin-yang, and boys and girls are wearing them, men and women. And then the other one with poppies and butterflies, and very colorful. And, I've been doing what I love to call art to wear. If you go to janeseymour.com, you can see it all there. And I haven't done it with a big company. It's literally coming straight from my studio.
That's great.
At the moment, it's a very limited edition. If you want them, you better grab them quick because we're going to run out soon. But, one day maybe I'll go wider with them. But for right now...
Yeah, add chickens.
Yes.
Yes, I've actually thought about putting chickens on PJs, but I don't know.
Pajamas are kind of magical to me, Jane, because the moment that I slip them on, and I try to find if I can do it earlier and earlier in the day, is
I agree.
It means nothing but it's me time now. It's all everything else is just disintegrated, and now I can be me.
Yeah.
From here on out.
Exactly.
Yes.
That and a piece of chocolate. I mean, what more do you need? And then you can go stream your favorite show. I know. I mean, I don't really want to ever take mine off, but
Yes.
I think that's one of the things we've learned through this COVID thing is that we've suddenly gone, wait a minute, certain things we've been doing here actually are things we like.
Well,
it's a bit hard for getting some of the young people to go back to work.
Well, let me ask you,
Not me,
Jane.
of course. I like working.
Is it ever appropriate to go to like the local convenience store in your pajamas?
These ones you can, yes, absolutely. I've shown people how I wear them. I wear them with jeans, and I'll wear jeans and the jacket. Sometimes I'll just wear the nightshirt open, like a sort of long jacket. Sometimes I'll just wear the PJ bottoms with a really nice T-shirt or a sweater. I mean, people don't realize it, but I've actually, anyone can wear these in real life.
It's very cool.
So snuggly, yes. They don't scream PJ at you,
No. There's a little bit of subterfuge going on. You're not quite sure, but that's really cool. And you're modeling virtually everything on the site. So
now we've known in the past you've done some jewelry lines and things like that. Is this the first time in clothing and apparel?
No, actually, I did do it a long time ago for. I had a JS line a long time ago with a company called Blair. And it was great. And I created all the prints on silk. And if you look on my site, you'll see there's a lot of scarves. But the beauty of doing art to wear and scarves and PJs is you don't have to worry about exact measurements. They're pretty. Especially a scarf.
Right.
Anyway. But I have done it, and maybe I'll do it again. But I think. I really have loved the idea of creating something that you can't buy anywhere else. So that's why my actual artwork is on the pieces.
Jane, have you considered doing a like a full lifestyle brand, a la a Martha Stewart or Gwyneth Paltrow? Because it seems like you have all of these things going on.
Yes, I do have. I have a furniture line with Michael Amini. It's very successful. Again, it's global. And so I do furniture and soft furnishings with him. JTV, I've got an amazing line of jewelry, a huge collection, much bigger than I'd had before. And you could go online and buy that directly, or I go on JTV on television from time to time, and I appear on the show. So I'm constantly doing that, but I don't have it all. I suppose I do have it under one roof. JaneSeymour.com. You can find it. But no, I'd love to. I mean, I've got a Crepe Erase, which is the skincare I use, which everyone keeps saying, "What's your secret?" And I said, I use what I talk about. I actually use it. I don't just talk about it. I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's
honestly,
signed
Jane,
me for another 4 years. So They must think that I'm aging well.
Yeah, well, you're obviously busy, and this is cool. But those kind of things are home runs, and people, all the stuff has been a hit. So honestly, I have to imagine some of those chickens aren't getting loved as much as they should be with your schedule so packed.
Well, I think there's a lot of love around here. And I'm good at sharing my little
sharing your love.
I believe that. All right. Well, we want to remind people of Harry Wild, new episodes every Monday, and check out Acorn TV.
Yeah.
If you haven't seen that yet, because like you said, Jane, there are a lot of different programs that originate out of, I believe you said Ireland, England, New Zealand, and Australia.
Yeah. And Australia.
All right. Well, we'll do that, and also JaneSeymour.com, pajamas that you can wear to the store.
And it's the best of all possible worlds.
You've got to love that. Jane, we love you. Thank you so much for coming on this morning.
And if you like the show or the PJs, let me know on Insta.
Oh, absolutely.
And Facebook, I actually do it. So that would be fun.
Absolutely. We will do it. Thank you so much. Jane Seymour. Yeah. Take care, Jane. We'll see you another time. I'm looking at her Instagram account right now. Nick had pulled her up. Talking about a woman aging gracefully.
Oh, my God.
Seriously.
She looks fantastic.
She is just stunning.
And she is really active on Instagram. She posts all these videos and stuff like that. And she will put like her clothes up. She went to some party during the award season and posted a picture of her outfit. She's really cute.
Yep. Most definitely. Okay.
And by the way, that is a thing, just so you guys know, is wearing these pajamas that can transition into an outfit to go out in.
All right. And how do you feel about that?
I mean, I'm okay with it if you dress it up. You don't go to, in your Eagles printed jammy pants to Wawa.
Okay.
Whatever.
All right. Well, anyhow, as we take a break, and we are taking a break, I would like to give away a copy of The Batman on digital. We'll take the 14th caller and set you up with it, 215-263-WMMR, and you can own it on 4K Ultra HD on May 24th, this is before you can get it, or you can get it on digital now, by the way. So we'll give this away to you on digital. 215-263-WMMR. We'll be back in a moment. Bizarre File Stories coming up next. That's all I'm concerned about.
Kate Beckinsale.
Kate Beckinsale.
Kate Beckinsale.
Of course
came
she
out.
would look great.
Why was she there?
Yeah. Is she a wife of someone?
She presented, I don't know if she's promoting something maybe, but she presented Best Championship, I think, which went to like
Best
the Astros.
Championship. Best Championship. That's a category.
Steve and I got up close and personal to Kate Beckinsale when we were in Hawaii. Whoa. She was promoting the movie Pearl Harbor, and she was at that time, Steve, I remember us going, this is the most beautiful human being that I've ever been in close proximity
You and I
to.
were like, like in Zoolander. We could not understand what is this thing? What is?
You're just hitting things.
I mean, it's like no human looks like that. And then you have the other end of the scale, two sloths like us.
Oh, my God. She comes walking closer. We just start bouncing up and down a little bit.
It's okay. It's okay. Here, here's a gummy bear.
Then he calmed down a little bit. Our next guest is excited to be here. He was just talking about the Eagles' Super Bowl victory because last time he was here, Bo Allen was in studio.
That's right.
And they got to hang out together.
Bo Allen was like ecstatic.
Ladies and gentlemen, Pauly Shore is here with us.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
It was like Bradley Cooper against Mark Wahlberg, right? Is that what the vibe was?
Exactly.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Hilarious, right?
It truly was. Yeah.
It was great.
And Mark,
I was so happy for you. First of all, congratulations. And I'm not just saying that. I love sports. I'm obsessed with sports. So I was really into it, and I was so happy. I like that pass that he did.
Yeah.
The side pass.
Oh, the Philly.
Right in their face, dude.
No,
that was like straight up right in your face.
Yeah, they pulled out a trick play there. And
yeah, it was
freaked
right in
everybody
their face.
out.
Belichick's like, what? He starts sweating, and then the big Samoan guy threw his headphones on. This is crap. What's going on here? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In LA, because here the sports celebrities they're the biggest celebrities.
Yeah.
It's like the sports guys, and then like your news anchors and stuff like that.
Right.
Like
Who's bigger out there?
No, I was. It's funny. I was at the there's an exclusive club called the Soho House. Have you heard of the Soho?
I have heard of it, yeah.
So they're like in L.A., New York. I was there and I saw. This was just 2 weeks ago. I saw Carmelo Anthony hanging out with Russell Westbrook, and they were just sitting there, and I freaked out. And, I'm like, I love it.
Do they notice you? I mean, because you is there any?
Yeah, they're like, man, keep that guy away from me. It's scary. Man, that dude is scary. Keep him away from me. No, they all grew up with me.
Yeah, that's because you're
there's like a connection there.
Your life actually from the MTV days and from the movies and from the access that you had. You talk about access and about celebrities and seeing celebrities and living out there in L.A. and on the Strip. And the Playboy Mansion you were a regular at. I mean, you have got the kind of stories.
I forgot about that part. That was the part that you carve out, those 7 years. You just carve them out.
What was that like in the heyday?
I just say the word heaven. I was very fortunate, very lucky, very blessed. My mom and dad gave me the most amazing life in the world.
Yeah.
And I grew up, right on the Sunset Strip back in the heyday.
I mean, that had to be amazing.
Awesome.
Yeah.
It was awesome. I saw every genre, every band. From Iggy Pop to the Pointer Sisters to, X.
You seem a little, I don't know if jaded is the right word, but you're used to growing up with TV comedians,
No, I'm
actors.
a fan just like you guys are fans of people. I mean, I'm obsessed with Sean Penn. De Niro, all the great actors, Pacino, all these guys.
Celebrities who sort of blow that off or try to act as if that's not a thing.
If you saw me what people don't know, I'm just a normal guy, dude. You know what I mean? I just go home, I make my oatmeal. You know what I mean?
Make your oatmeal.
I smoke a little weed. It's California. You know what I mean? Yeah. And you can't say that here. Sorry.
No, of course you can. It's legal now.
It's medical. Pulled off the radio. Sorry.
No, we're good medically.
It's legal.
Here.
My friends in New York are hilarious. They come out to LA. My friend Tony. They just pack up a whole bunch of stuff because you can go. You don't need a medical thing. Yeah. You can go and just get it.
You were in Moscow and Jerusalem. Spent some time there recently.
Yeah, it was my summer vacation.
First time?
Yeah, my first time ever.
I've always wanted to go. Always wanted to go to
Whereas
both.
the Jews say Israel. But it was weird going there because it was basically every dude that I saw, I'm like looking at myself.
Really?
Yeah, because I'm Jewish. You know what I mean? These are my roots, so it's kind of like. It's kind of like just going back to, I don't want to say weird things.
Say weird things.
No.
Because I've always wanted to go to Israel. It looks fantastic.
It's great. It's actually, it's not what people think it is as far as like being dangerous. You know what I mean? It's very... But, I mean, the geography of it is very interesting. It's Israel, and then you got all these kind of Arab countries surrounding it.
Yeah.
Heavily, though.
Yeah.
And you have a lot of Arabs that live in Israel that are very pissed off and bitter, it's hilarious to me, too.
Yeah.
Because they're basically... So do you know what the name of the Jewish money is?
Not off the
It's called shekels.
Oh,
How
sure.
hilarious is that?
Okay.
I mean, that's so Jewy just to begin. Hey, can I get some shekels? It's hilarious. You know what I mean? But imagine the Arabs having to pay shekels. They don't give me your shekels. You know what I mean? Because they're on their land. Like in the Arabs people's minds, that's their land. The Jews stole their land.
Right. Yeah.
It's all about real estate over there and religion and stuff like that. That's the big kind of, thing where people are fighting all the time.
But outside of that, it's known for incredible resort.
Yeah, it's kind of like Miami, or Brazil. I hadn't been to Rio or anything but like that. But Miami, where people are on the beach, and it's like that's Tel Aviv. But then you drive about 40 minutes and you go to Jerusalem, which is the holy city, which is amazing, which is the center of the universe. And I didn't even know this, but this is where Jesus Christ was crucified. I didn't know that. I thought I'm Jesus Christ. I'm not thinking he's Jewish and in Jerusalem, and you know what I mean. I'm just like most people. Like, sir, did you know that?
The Rick and Morty shirt.
Come here. Did you know Jesus was crucified in Jerusalem?
No, I did not.
You didn't. Where did you think Jesus was crucified? Come here.
I honestly had no idea.
Yeah, me neither. Okay, go sit back down. Sorry about him.
Because it's the Bible. It's
ruined
the Torah
show.
part too.
I pretty much went there for my mom. I mean, that's why I went. My mom passed away. I was really close with her, and I wanted to just kind of like bring her to Jerusalem, and I wanted to be with her in Jerusalem because both my parents are Jewish, and they never made it.
No kidding.
They never made it to Israel. There's a lot of people that are Jewish that don't.
Did you plant a tree in her name? Well, that's kind of an honor. That
I didn't know that. I screwed that up. Sorry.
You can go back.
I'll definitely be back to Jerusalem.
Besides that, and besides all the other stuff that's going on with you're busy. You have your podcast. You have all these other things that you're involved with.
Yeah.
And to the point of the documentary, is there in fact a documentary in the works, or is that just hearsay?
No, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's almost like it's got to be presented at the right time. It's kind of like my agents have to present it to Netflix and Showtime and HBO at the right time.
You're a pop culture all-in-one. I mean, you were at the center of a lot of what, like before a lot of the, I was reading an interview with you and you talked about running into Will Ferrell at some event. And, and he sort of gave you a lot of credit. Tell me what he told you.
Yeah, it was a Funny or Die event. It was like the birthday of Funny or Die, which is his website, which I do a lot of stuff with them. And
Adam McKay, too.
Yeah, and I came up to him, and he came up to me. It was just like, and he started mimicking me, and he started kind of like saying that I started it, and, kind of, you know what I mean?
So he was a fan.
That's nice
he
to
was
hear.
a fan, yeah.
Who's blown your mind recently about, again, like a Will Ferrell, or somebody just out of the blue, or someone that you thought you weren't even on their radar came up to you and was a fan?
Oh, man. I don't know, dude. It's too early for that. I can't think. I like watching Donald Trump.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Just because I can't believe it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like everything that happens in this, it's like it is a reality show.
Yeah.
It
well,
is.
We were talking the other day about there are so many reality shows that I just can't stand, and that people watch that they hate, but they still watch it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, I don't know why people do that. My first inclination is to go, let's put me in a bad spot. Let me just change the channel.
Yeah.
Let me turn it off.
Yeah. You watch it in doses, and the whole Omarosa thing is hilarious. Like she was taping people. I'm going to tape this. I think I'm going to tape this conversation. It's hilarious.
Did you ever run into her? Because you've done your share of reality
but I knew
stuff.
Donald Trump from back in the day.
Right.
Yeah, because he was always around the girls.
He was at the mansion occasionally, right? Yeah.
And also Hawaiian Tropic down at Spring Break.
Right.
with Ron Rice. Hilarious. Vince Neil. It was Vince Neil. It was Jim Kelly. It was OJ.
Oh, my God.
You know what I mean? It was
the stories.
Fabio.
Oh, my God.
It was the best.
That's amazing.
Dude, I want to see this documentary.
It was the best.
We had Fabio in here. He was awesome.
He was cool.
He was awesome.
Cool, right?
He was,
Yeah.
Because Fabio understands Fabio. He gets it.
Yeah, he gets it.
Yeah.
Jim Kelly, OJ,
amazing,
and our current president,
and
you,
and Fabio,
and
Pauly Shore.
Pauly Shore.
They didn't like me because I was getting all the babes. They're like, "Get that guy out of here, spatch, bro, spatch."
I remember watching those and seeing you, and you were hosting contests and all that stuff, and I'm like, this guy's just swimming in it, just swimming in it.
That's how it was.
I know.
Back then. That's how it was.
What's happening now?
Now I'm just chilling, bro. I'm watching CNN,
Once you've starred in a movie that's nominated for an Oscar, it's safe to say that you're famous, right?
Yeah.
Well, Saoirse Ronan, who is 24 years old, still doesn't feel famous, though. Yeah, she's adorable.
Yeah.
I love her and the accent.
It's wonderful.
She's just thinking.
It's such a garden party, asking inappropriate questions to Meghan Markle.
I love how they drop the G on ing words. Ronan continued saying she avoided reading about herself. She said,
I was farting.
What was that sound?
I was farting. Farting hard. You just know that'd be adorable. Just outside, standing in the glen, farting.
In the glen.
In the glen. The morning dew collected on the leaves and grass. Yeah. And just decided it'd be a good time for farting. It does sound better, doesn't it?
Oh,
it does.
Oh, it needs to be a song.
Where were you, Auntie Saoirse? I was outside farting, dear. Farting hard.
There needs to be a song called Farting in the Glen.
Farting in the Glen.
You know what? I want to let Marissa vent for a moment because she posted something on Instagram yesterday. Got a lot of response. I thought it was kind of interesting. And there is a movement right now to phase out some plastics that we use in the world to maybe cut back on things that don't biodegrade, and they're clogging up, they're getting out in the water, in the oceans, or they're filling up landfills and so on and so forth. I know they're actually in the UK, there's a big movement to get rid of the plastic tampon applicator.
Yes.
And
Going back to wood.
No.
Ow.
Like George Washington's teeth. Martha Washington used wooden tampons. And they were not effective.
Well, they were balls, though. They were very
They were balls, a little absorbent. They left rings.
But the applicators, I saw Alice Eve, because I follow her on Instagram, had posted a video of trying to end that. So they would go with like a cardboard or paper or something.
My thing with these floating garbage farms that are in the oceans is that many times they kill sharks, Case. So there's
some good we might be overlooking.
Okay. That's what they're trying to eliminate, stuff like that. And I can get it. Your thing sort of actually, believe it or not, Marissa, hit home to me because I think I have a level of passion about what you're talking about.
All right. Since I was a little kid, like I'm thinking like second grade, because I was in school in the 90s and there was a big push to like not have the refrigerator open for too long, to turn off lights, to make sure that you turn off water, to conserve water. Yep, while you're brushing your teeth. I followed all those. It's stuck through my life. I walk whenever I can. I take public transportation.
You're like a contestant on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire
exactly.
now. Like,
I will do anything to like save the earth. It's just second nature to me. I don't even think twice. I recycle, I reuse. But when I drink a vodka water, I want to be able to mash the crap out of the lemon and lime that come in my drink. And with these gosh darn paper straws, they get destroyed. And then I have this mushy straw in my drink. And it pisses me off.
So the gist of it is you do not like the paper straws because you do not believe they are resilient enough.
No, they suck.
Okay.
Whoever's making them, they have no integrity and they fall apart. And I just want a plastic straw. I'm sorry. I love the turtles.
Why not just use a spoon?
Well, hang on.
Yeah.
Steve, I would. This is the only time I've ever asked to do this. Benefiting service dogs for veterans. It's almost here. You can become a sponsor by visiting fetchtheballcharity.com and use promo code ROCK for a free gift. We'll start with this. A very determined and naughty bear has walked more than 100 miles back to his hometown. Juan Carito hit the headlines last year after several high-profile crimes in the Italian town of Roccarazzo. Roccarazzo. I don't know how you say it.
It's a Roccarazzo.
Thank you. His name is Juan Carito. Thank you.
My name is Juan Carito.
Thank you, Juan.
Please, no problem.
He had become infamous for his biscuit thievery, bin break-ins, and public...
Some say celebrated.
And public urination.
All right, maybe not that.
In March, the 2-year-old was sent behind bars to an enclosure for problem animals in
to see a lawyer.
In the village of Palena. In a bid to rehabilitate the bothersome bear, authorities then released him into the wilds of the Apennine Mountains. But Juan simply padded his way back to Roccarazzo,
Rocca High School.
A journey of more than 100 miles due to a few woodland detours along the way.
Like good pacing.
Park rangers at the Maia National Park were able to track the bear's journey through a satellite collar that he was wearing. Juan had spent 18 days walking between the valleys of Abruzzo to return home.
This is so lovely.
He had initially been banished from Roccarazzo.
Rocca High School.
You're a Ramones fan.
Absolutely. I saw them one time many years ago at the CBGB.
At a high-profile break-in at a local bakery.
It's a legendary show.
Oh, so good.
It was a weird place. It wouldn't have been odd for a bear to be in there.
In fact, I humped Blondie that night.
He scoffed an entire afternoon's worth of biscuits before fleeing the forest.
I'm going to flee the forest.
Leaving a trail of crumbs and metal.
I took flight fleeing the forest.
And metal trays behind him. The crime was too much for authorities to bear.
It's a play on words.
And Juan was exiled to a remote area in the mountains, but he made his way back. By the way, the Moriscan bear population across the area has dwindled to an estimated 65.
It's me and Manny.
65 over the past 2 decades.
This is no good.
Though thought to be the results of illegal hunting or the animals being hit by vehicles.
Hey, Juan, I have a question.
Yes.
Why are koalas not considered bears?
Because they're not qualified.
The tag team international interspecies joke.
Thank you, Juan.
No problem.
That's great.
Work that time.
What's that?
I said it worked that time.
It's better if you have a bear sidekick.
Yeah, exactly.
Given the punchline, so I'm all for that one. Passengers at Boston Logan International Airport. Boston Logan International Airport faced confusion, panic, and delays on Easter Sunday after concerns over a suspicious package sparked an evacuation and a visit from the state police bomb squad. Massachusetts State Police said that their bomb squad had been called to Terminal A just after 4 p.m. after security staff spotted a suspicious item in a bag during a screening of checked luggage. The video shared on social media showed dozens of people appearing to exit the terminal as an airport employee's voice tells everyone to leave through a security checkpoint to be rescreened by Transportation Security Administration agents. They said you have to exit. This is mandatory. You have to exit. This is mandatory. The person can be heard telling airport staff to evacuate the area. So anyhow, what they ended up finding was the suspicious item turned out to be a PlayStation game console.
Well, you don't know sometimes.
They said the console was in a degraded condition caused by either age or damage, and they said its condition had caused abnormalities in imaging when it was x-rayed, sparking concerns.
So it was an older unit, not like a brand new unit?
Yeah. So troopers gave the all clear shortly after 5 p.m., allowing passengers to return to the terminal, state police said. All right, we'll do one more. This is a short one, and then we got to get on to the concert cash. So a parent dressed in an Easter Bunny costume caused quote-unquote chaos after handing out eggs filled with candy and some packed with unopened condoms at an elementary school in Austin, Texas.
Oh, I thought the person, I saw this. I just saw the headline. I thought they were doing it on purpose. I didn't realize it was at a school.
So, yeah, and so I'll explain how this happened. The candy and condom giveaway happened during pickup time. Officials sent a letter to parents explaining what happened and saying that the visit had not been planned or approved by staff. They said, we are working to review our safety protocols to ensure this doesn't happen again. Now, officers spoke with the parent in the costume, and the Austin Police Department is investigating whether to press charges, but it may all have been an accident. The parent is a pharmacist who was taking part in a safe sex clinic while dressed in the bunny suit. Now, afterward, they went to pick up their second grade student from school and decided to hand out candy and costume. The parent got mobbed by kids, called her husband to bring more candy-filled eggs. Her husband brought the wrong eggs. They were the ones with the rubbers in them. And so she was accidentally handing that out. It wasn't anybody
feasible,
trying to make a statement or doing anything along those lines. So, whoops. And there you go. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, now here we go.
MMR's Concert Cash. Now, here's your Concert Cash keyword.
And the word is START. S-T-A-R-T. You have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter that. 3 ways to do it. You can text to the special contest short code number 45911. Or to be entered into the $10,000 grand prize, you just enter it at the MMR app or at WMMR.com. And one random entry wins $500 in our company-wide contest. And all MMR winners receive 2 free tickets to the MMR BBQ. Winners get a call from our company, Beasley, so make sure that you answer your phone. Contest rules available at WMMR.com. It is sponsored by AAA Distributor. And like I said, the word is START, S-T-A-R-T. You got 15 minutes after the hour to get that in. We'll be back in just a moment. Good luck to you. Well, hang on. Steve, I would. This is the only time I've ever asked to do this. Can I come over there and borrow your reverb for a moment?
Yeah, please. Oh, my God, it's a pleasure.
Hold on, turn it off just a second. Ladies and gentlemen, to me, this sounds like a first world problem.
But we took a long journey to get to the point that Marissa doesn't like paper straws.
I just had a realization, Preston. This is probably something that, like, I deal with 3 or 4 times a week. Is that more of a first world problem?
Yeah.
That I probably have a vodka water 3 or 4 times a week.
Well, your alcohol addiction might be the bigger issue here.
No, the raging alcoholism is a secondary issue. The waking up in alleyways and
so I listen. We
errant knife fights.
Have you ever seen people drink sodas or anything that comes in a bottle out of a straw, you put the straw in the bottle.
Yes. Yeah.
I think part of now, do women sometimes, Marissa, opt to not drink out of a bottle or right out of a glass because of lipstick and a straw instead?
Well, lipstick or staining your teeth, all of those things. Or my mother would never drink anything out of a bottle. Like that would, like, for me, like when you see a bride,
vulgar?
I don't know. There's just time and place for that, and I think.
She'd take the bottle, go over to the windowsill. There we go.
I love opening bottles that way.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's a great scene in Overboard where Goldie Hawn comes back.
That's exactly what I thought
She's
of.
opening the beer that way.
Yeah.
I try. That hurts your hand.
Do you think guys would drink beer out of a bottle if the top of the bottle looked like a little? Wait, I probably shouldn't say it out loud.
Okay, I was. You guys would drink it.
I got a question. Yes, Casey? Something you want to tell the class? You think guys would drink stuff out of beer but look like a vagina?
No.
He's saying
I was
the other
going male
thing.
part.
If it looked like a
you?
penis.
Opposite, every bachelorette party ever would buy those bottles of beer.
Right?
That's true. Yeah.
I'm sure there are things that are similar, you know. But they, you know, people get picky about the taste of the stuff in the can and the bottle if it affects the taste, you know.
Yeah.
And straws are just one more step.
Those are things you think about, huh?
Oh, it's just what, you know.
Dear diary, I wonder if men would drink out of bottles.
Yeah, stop it.
If it looked like penises.
Somebody in this room had mentioned chocolate tampons earlier, right?
Yeah.
So
Well, I was trying to help the health industry. and there's an obvious cooperative between Hershey's and
okay.
Tampax.
Well, Marissa has had it. I thought you would get more support on the phones, Marissa, to be
Not a
honest,
one.
on the paper straws, and it's not really happening.
You're a complainer.
I got a lot of hands up emojis on my Instagram, so I got.
The hell does that mean?
I don't know. People were
Give
like,
up.
praise. Yes,
Give up.
word.
Put your hands up.
Give up your stupid
Give it
cause.
up. Yeah.
No.
Praise.
No, like word girl, we support you.
Word girl. Yeah.
Oh my God. It reminds me of Pat Boone's first day in Compton.
Word girl.
Word girl.
I just hate these goddamn paper straws. They're so.
That's it. Word girl.
That's it.
Word girl.
That's it.
Preach, girl.
Where is the Q in Q-tip derived from?
Oh, I don't know. I have no idea. It's technically a cotton swab.
Right. So a C-tip.
So I don't know where.
No one wants to put a C-tip in their ear.
I have no idea.
And by the way, Q-tip, you've done something to your product. You've cut some corners.
Are you talking directly to the
Yes,
Q-tip
I am
people?
talking to you, Q-tip. You've cut some corners, and I have noticed. But fortunately for you, you're still the best product on the market.
That's your fight song.
That's my fight
that's
song.
the track.
1 second.
And I have noticed. Wait a minute. What is this? Is the swab part smaller?
No, the cardboard.
Medicated.
The cardboard is thinner. It's like they've shaved off a layer or two of the cardboard stick, and
Why do you go like this with the
I don't know.
cardboard stick?
I don't know.
What the hell is that?
This part right here.
Okay, but
Yeah.
this
Holy
is...
crap, you have one.
Oh, I have.
Let me see.
Oh, Nick, you don't see it. He sits here while we're in the middle of breaks, and he cleans his ears.
You know what he's like, Preston?
Yes,
He's
you
like
do.
Hyman Roth sitting there.
I itch my ears or scratch my ears because they get itchy, and I'm.
Well, I don't care. Whatever. You're sticking that thing in your ear, and I turn over.
my ear. I got a little got the thing in my
Listen, man.
There's usually something in one of his orifices when I turn and look at him.
I got a bit of a boogie here in my
Yes,
nose and
exactly.
my ear.
Pick an orifice. It stands for quality tip.
We're
Steve.
bigger than U.S. Steel.
Oh, did you hear that?
What?
It stands for quality tip.
Oh, okay.
Q-tip.
All right.
And so you've noticed a diminishment in the quality
Yeah.
of the quality tip.
Yes, this should be less Q-tip, less quality.
How about
tip.
SP subpar?
Everyone's trying to be environmentally friendly, so
F
maybe
that.
that's a part of it, like the cardboard straws.
Oh, you know what? Here's a bit of trivia, and I did. I have heard this before. The original name of Q-tips were baby gays.
Now you're talking.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I know it.
Can you get those delivered?
Stop it. I noticed that there was another video that was released from Pastor Jesse Duplantis.
Oh, our favorite, the jet and pastor.
That is absolutely correct. And, he still wants his new private jet. But he wants to make it clear that he's not actually asking anybody for money.
Listen to these verbal gymnastics that he's doing here. I think even he's surprised at how much this caught on because it just sort of swept across. It became a viral meme. And where these guys, it'd be easier to get away with this stuff maybe 10 years ago. And now it was just all over the place. It was on the national news. He was asking for his $54 million jet. Yeah. And we played audio of him walking down the hallway of his establishment there, his church, for whatever he calls it, pointing to the different jets he's owned. He has had 3 before. He needs this 4th $54 million jet that carries a lot of fuel, so he won't have to stop as he's spreading the word of the Lord.
That's it. So here's a couple of clips, and let's see what he has to say about not actually asking for money.
He didn't ask for money.
Here we go.
I'm not asking you to pay for my plane. The Lord said, I didn't ask you to pay for it. I asked you to believe for it. I don't dupe nobody. I've always been honest. 40 years I've been preaching this gospel, and I've never had a scandal. And this is not a scandal. I'm not discouraged. I'm not distressed. In fact, I am excited. I've never had this much press in my life. Well, that's negative. It don't make no difference.
And it's negative. It don't make no difference.
Don't make no difference.
So he's asking.
I am excited about all this negative press painting me as a money-sucking prick.
Yeah. So he said, I asked you to believe for it.
Believe for it.
Not to pay for it.
Now, if you happen, your method of believing involves your checkbook, I'm absolutely happy with that.
He had said, I never raised money for the plane. I put it in our magazine and said, believe God with me. He said there's a vast difference between believe in God and asking for money.
He's a Journey song, Preston. Don't stop believing.
Yeah. In the earlier video,
I'm just a small town preacher,
Duplantis
living in a lonely world.
He could turn it around.
Yeah, could turn it around.
Yeah, he used to take the train everywhere.
Yeah, but I took a 54 million jet going anywhere.
So, without further ado,
WMMR presents Buxco versus Delco.
Here we go, gang. This is going to be the final round today. Actually, 2 rounds of competition, same contest, but we are going to make this whole thing happen and finish it up today, and we are going to crown a victor, and that's all there is to it. Before we get to the final event, here is a recap of the events leading up to this epic showdown. Listen, the week started off with Operation Evac, a race where the contestants were blindly dropped into enemy territory. Kathy started at Casey's golf course, Paxton Hollow in Delco, and Casey in Buxco at Kathy's alma mater, Pennsbury. Now, without using GPS, they had to navigate their way to their home base.
Just go straight. Thank you.
Okay, go straight. Peel wheels.
I feel like there's probably another route this way.
While Casey was stuck in traffic on the turnpike,
That could work in our favor.
Kathy was able to navigate back to Bucks County, earning her 200 points.
It's a bunch of crap!
For day 2, both contestants needed a call for reinforcements. Kathy asked her best friend, Elisa, a.k.a. Queen Bee, and Casey brought in his big brother, Dave, a.k.a. Foz. The contestants and their partners mind melded, then competed in a thrilling match of the Pyramid Game.
All right, this is where the U.S. Open was?
Oh, that's Aronimink.
No.
Oh, Marion, sorry.
That's the one you just said?
Marion.
No, the other one.
Aronimink.
In the end, Kathy got an even bigger lead with 430 points, but Casey was right at her heels with 320 points. Day 3 brought us into the skies. We blindfolded Kathy and Casey, flew them in a helicopter over an unidentified spot in their respective county, and they had 30 seconds to guess what town they were hovering over. Casey had some difficulty figuring it out, earning 200 points.
I guess Knowlton is in media.
That's correct! Yes, you got it! But Kathy got it on her first try, bringing in an additional 300 points.
I'm going to say Ben Salem.
That is absolutely correct. Day 4 was a doubleheader. Kathy and Casey went head-to-head in a county spelling bee, and then had to answer questions from Delco versus Buxco from 5 years ago. Casey must have done his homework, because he was finally able to pull ahead. And so, the totals going into the final day: Kathy, 1,030. Casey, 1,170. Casey is leading in the competition so far. So I defer to Casey to decide who gets to go first.
Ladies first.
All right,
So
ladies first is what we're going to do. So, Kathy, taking a look at the categories, which one would you like to begin with? You got geography and transportation, sports, entertainment, schools and education, shopping, landmarks, history, or food and drink?
I guess I'll go shopping.
Shocker!
I know. And how much would you care to wager in that particular category?
I'm going to go 50 points.
Kathy, what outdoor shopping area between New Hope and Doylestown hosts a place called Giggleberry Farm?
New Hope and Doylestown. I'm going to say Peddler's Village.
And that's correct for 50 points.
I don't know
Kathy.
what giggles, whatever is, but
Casey, when playing Never Did I Ever on the witness stand, where did Johnny Depp note that he had not farted? 215-263-WMMR. All right, when playing Never Did I Ever on the witness stand, where did Johnny Depp note that he had not farted? Had to have heard it in order to get the answer correct. Okay, that's why we do this. 215-263-WMMR. Call now if you know the answer.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, let us see what we have today. Steve, what's going on?
Well, speaking of Johnny Depp, he testified in his defamation lawsuit against ex-wife Amber Heard yesterday, saying that she once crapped on his side of the bed in an effort to get him to unknowingly sleep in the mess. However, Heard's brilliant legal team countered with the seldom-used nuh-uh defense. Taylor Swift and Drake's fans going insane after he posted a picture of the two hugging on Instagram. Within minutes of the picture being posted, followers had already labeled the couple both Draylor and Swake. Hey! Those are terrible, right? And finally, 48-year-old Leonardo DiCaprio and 23-year-old girlfriend Camilla Moroni were seen taking in Coachella over the weekend, Kathy. Leo was reportedly stopped every few feet so people could peek at Camilla in her baby stroller. It's Hollywood Trash.
All right, we'll see if anybody knows the answer to this question, which is, while on the witness stand playing Never Did I Ever, where did Johnny Depp note that he had not farted? 215-263-WMMR. I'll go to Rick. Hey, Rick, how you doing, man?
I'm great, sir. How are you?
Good, buddy. All right, where did Johnny Depp claim he had not farted?
In the hot tub.
The hot tub, yep. You got it. Hang on a second, Rick. You got it right, and that means you got a pair of tickets to see comedian Steve Trevino this Friday, April 22nd, 9:45 p.m. at Punchline Philly. Tickets are on sale now at punchlinephilly.com for each of Steve's shows this weekend.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, this morning it is brought to you by Montage Mountain. Friday, April 22nd, that's this Friday, and Saturday the 23rd. Sample over 150 craft beers, ciders, and seltzers from 50 of the best breweries nationwide. MontageMountain.com/brewfest. We're going to start with this announcement that we made earlier this morning concerning the MMR BBQ. Two things that we mentioned. Number one, today we start the 424-pack deal. 4 tickets for $80, so it's $20 per ticket, plus Ticketmaster fees. Available now through May 2nd at 10 p.m. or while supplies last. You can get details at WMMR.com. And we announced for the first time ever, all these years of doing the MMR BBQ, the Preston and Steve side stage.
Yeah.
With a little additional entertainment. And it will feature live music from the band Froggy. You know Froggy, they do the Friday song. And, of course, we met them from 7-Eleven Nachos.
We love them.
Pizza Ball and Midwest Emo. What was it? Midwest Emo Scum.
Yep.
And they're a blast. They played the Camp Out for Hunger, and now they're going to do a set at the Preston and Steve show side stage.
Well, right from the get-go, Preston, when the barbecue was announced, people started asking if Froggy was going to be there.
It's true.
And it took a little working, but it's going to happen.
And along with Froggy, there's going to be a set. DJ Jackie Bam Bam is going to be playing.
He loves to do this.
It's a Jackie Bam Bam party deck. And so he's going to do a DJ set. And also we have a live band karaoke. that's taking place. So the band is called Sidearm. And is the deal they don't have a lead singer?
I don't know if that's always the case, but yeah, I mean, they are a live band karaoke.
And so people come up and they sing songs that you know, and we are going to have an opportunity for a variety of people to end up as being the lead singers for Sidearm, different songs, and we're going to announce the details later on this week how you can enter for a slot to be on the show.
You know, this is cool on one level. There's a couple of levels. Obviously, you're having your experience being up there with the band, but if you're a little shy and don't want to be on the stage alone, you're up there with the band.
Yeah, totally. So we are happy to announce that. Details coming soon on that. We'd also want to mention this in music news. Perry Farrell revealed that not only are there plans for some Jane's Addiction road dates, but he's eager to hit the studio with the band this year. Perry Farrell, Dave Navarro, Stephen Perkins, and Chris Chaney last played a couple of festival shows during the summer of 2021. One of those would have been ours.
Yep.
And during a recent interview, Perry was pressed about the band cutting some new music. He said, "You never know. You just never know. But what I would love to see us record a couple of tracks this year." Said, even if it's 2 or 3 tracks. 2 tracks, I don't know. I feel 2 is nice, and I think that people can take 2, like 2 aspirin, he said. So they may be doing that. We'll have to see if that happens. Slipknot recently teamed up with The Sandbox, a leading decentralized gaming virtual world and subsidiary of Animoca Brands, the creative to create what's called Notverse, a new Web3 home, which will be their hub for NFTs, gaming, lifestyle, concerts, and all things Slipknot.
Okay.
Sean Crahan, Clown, said, when I started playing Quake online in 1999 and Minecraft in 2011, it was another level, but at the time, I couldn't have Sid Wilson scratching next to me. I couldn't offer visual art to fans. All we could do together was play the game, but little ideas like that are not only possible now, they barely scratch the surface. We are listening, we are watching, and we are going where our fans are leading us. And if you don't understand or you're worried, know that we're going to help bring our fans along. We are getting in this for all of us, with all of us, and we can't wait for you to see what we have coming up. You can access the Notverse online at notverse.io, by the way. Limp Bizkit drummer John Otto is trying his luck at dancing. He and his 11-year-old daughter, Ava, are together competing on the reality dance show Come Dance With Me, a competition airing on CBS which pairs talented young dancers with their untrained parents. And the show premiered last Friday. Otto recently said, I just tried to keep up and keep it 1 foot in front of the other and just worried about not trying to embarrass her, let alone embarrass myself. I already embarrassed myself. So 12 family teams are competing for a $100,000 prize, by the way. Throughout the show, they learn and perform different styles of dance from hip-hop to ballroom. So he's given it a shot. Geddy Lee of Rush admitted how hard it was to hold his emotions in check while keeping the cancer diagnosis of Neil Peart a secret. Lee spoke about the situation following the band's 2015 tour in which Neil became ill and eventually died of brain cancer on January 7, 2020 at the age of 67. He said that keeping Neil's cancer diagnosis in-house was difficult. He said that was hard. I can't tell you I can't tell you it was easy because it was not easy, and it was ongoing. He was given 18 months at the most, and it went on 3.5 years. It was a constant flow of us going to see him, giving him support. What his family had to live with was really difficult, so it was a lot of back and forth. And when you're in that state, it's very hard to function normally because you can't talk to anybody about it because no one's supposed to know. And so people hear rumblings, and they bring things up to you, and you deflect it. And so that feels, on one hand, dishonest. But on the other hand, you're being loyal to your friends, so F the dishonesty part. That wins. Lee, who along with Alex Lifeson decided to end Rush following Neil's death, went on to say, I would say that was the most difficult time for us to move forward during that whole thing because we were in this bubble of grief, sort of walking towards an inevitable and terrible conclusion. Van Halen fans have long been clamoring for a full-on autobiography from Michael Anthony. Recently chatted on a podcast and stated that he was asked about the status of his long-awaited memoirs. He said, I have people after me all the time about the stuff like that. Obviously, somebody wants to get another perspective from one of the original Van Halen guys on All That Dirt from the band. And I don't know if I'm ready to come out with something like that. Obviously, it wouldn't be the dirt like some people would want to hear it because I'm not that kind of person. A lot of stuff that went on back then is what is understood between the band. It's the secret brotherhood of what's on the road stays on the road type of stuff. Anthony, who records and tours with Sammy Hagar as part of The Circle, went on to concede, I think possibly at some point, I'll probably do something. I'm just not ready to do it quite yet. And I also have a couple of other people asking me to do some recipe books with my hot sauces, too.
He seems like a good dude.
Yeah, he seems like a really good guy. He said, but I kind of been thinking about that. I really don't have the time to write at the moment, but I wouldn't mind doing something like that, too, he said. And then finally, sad news in the world of radio and music in Philadelphia. Sid Marks, the radio DJ who entertained generations of listeners in Philadelphia and across the U.S., playing the music of Frank Sinatra for more than 65 years, passed away. It was WPHT that released a statement about him passing away. And his Sundays with Sinatra program aired on there. Cause of death was not given. In addition, with Sundays with Sinatra, he also had a long-running show called Fridays with Frank and a nationally syndicated program, Sounds of Sinatra. All three were focused almost exclusively on the singer and master of the Great American Songbook, whose music Mr. Mark never tired of, and with whom Mr. Mark had a decade-spanning friendship until Sinatra's death in 1998.
Obviously, there's so much material there, and he was also, he was the guy who was making the selections, and it meant a lot to people who just adored the show. That's why it lasted for how many years?
It was 65 years, 65, I think.
Jesus.
So he was born Sidney Mark Flagelman in Camden, graduated from Woodrow Wilson High School, served in the U.S. Army from 1953 to 55. He was signed to Camp Polk in Louisiana. And that is all I have in music news. As we take a break, we need to get a winner for the secret text word. And Kathy, I need a number caller, please.
12.
All right. 12th caller. You heard her. 215-263-WMMR. We'll come back and find out if you are the correct caller with the correct word. Stay with us.
Let's go sports. Sports. And I will go sports for 60.
All right, sports for 60 points. Here we go. Casey, your question. In Newtown Square, a famous heir lived on a large piece of land where he hosted a wrestling camp for Olympic athletes. What is his name?
DuPont.
Yes, that is correct.
Well done.
Okay, let's go schools and education for 50 points, Preston.
All right.
Schools and education for 50 points.
All right. Kathy, what is the Council Rock North mascot?
Oh.
Council Rock North mascot. The mascot one would find at that school.
I don't know. The Rock.
Okay, so you're going to go with The Rock?
I'm going to go with The Rock.
That's incorrect. They are the Indians.
I did not know that.
Go, Rock. Go.
What year did the Springfield Mall open?
Oh, Jesus. I mean, why couldn't you ask me what year
He did.
Target opened.
Just ask it. Just ask it.
Kathy's very supportive.
This is the history of your county, man.
I know. And Target opened in 2005. But, you know,
well, can you use that?
Wanamaker's closed in 95. Hex opened after that.
You did study. You lied to me.
No, my mom quizzed me last night. We were eating chili, and she asked me lots of trivia.
We're eating chili.
Yeah. Meet you in the basement. I'm bringing a pen.
I mean, the first Wawa opened in 1964.
Okay, yeah, let's get to
I
the
will
ball.
say.
If you got this right.
Yeah, I'm just going to throw out a number there. I'm going to go with the year I was born, 1975.
Oh, my God.
No, it was 74. Dude, you were so close. All right, you call no fair on that because it was before you were born?
No, I'm not going to call no. It was just that's a difficult question.
This historic restaurant is located along the Delaware River in historic Bristol Borough and has hosted both kings and presidents.
Yep. I've been there.
Once again, this historic restaurant located along the Delaware River in historic Bristol.
My mom is going to kill me.
Borough.
That's a weird name for a restaurant.
And has hosted both kings and
Oh, my God. What is
presidents.
it called?
No, go to your happy place.
I know where it is. I know where I sat last time I was there.
Kathy handles stress very well.
She knows I love it when she yells.
Oh, you got to be kidding me.
Cracks me up. Mm-hmm. All right, think about it. Think about it.
Work from your seat backwards.
And it's like there's like a little hill when you walk in. It's a little railing outside. Statue.
Miss Romano is here. Welcome to.
I don't even know if this. I'm gonna say Georgine's.
Georgine's?
Yeah.
That's incorrect. You're going to kill yourself over this one. It's King George.
Yes! It is! I have a gift card in my wallet for that place!
King George the what?
The second.
King George the second. I've not been.
Yeah.
So have you been
Yeah,
we should just carry on the discussion. I've been there!
I like the statue. Yeah, the statue and the railing are really nice.
Oh, man. I mean, like, I can picture it to a T. Exactly where I sat. My mom gave me a gift card.
You have a gift
I wish my mom quizzed me last night.
All right, so I have already closed out sports and I have closed out history.
No, you haven't. You haven't done any history.
Well, yes, I have. All of my shopping questions were freaking history questions.
Oh, my.
Wow. This
Thank
is
you.
what we've been
Thank
waiting
you.
for.
Yes.
Impugning the contest itself.
Yeah.
You knew it was going to happen.
It was good, though, right? What year was this thing? What? Stupid questions. Let's go food and drink. Maybe.
Food and drink.
Food and drink.
Food and drink.
For how much?
For 50.
Food and drink for 50.
Preston's not even picking
Come on,
his
man.
head
That was
up.
a good joke.
Okay. All right. You get this wrong. You get this wrong. And this, if you lose this whole thing, this is all your fault.
Okay.
All right. You ready for this?
It better be a softball.
A large Pika's pizza.
Oh my God! Costs how much?
Is cut into how many slices?
Oh, okay. That's a really, really crap question.
A large Pika's pizza is cut into
you can
how many
do a little
slices?
diagram, whatever you want to do.
There's the box.
Round, and
It's a
then there's
rectangular
line.
shape, right, Case?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what he's drawing.
All right, so that is that's a Neapolitan, right, or is it Sicilian square?
No, they just do their own version. They put the sauce on top of the cheese.
12.
Right.
Casey says 12. Damn right you got that right. And what did you wager on that?
50.
1,000 points.
The scores are as follows. Bucks County, 1,070 points. Delaware County, 830 points. But there's ground to be made up here. And we're on to round 2. Now, things are going to change quite a bit in this particular round. Our categories are going to remain the same. In the past, you've been able to pick your own category and pick your own wager up to 100 points. This time, I thought it'd be kind of nice because you guys have been avoiding certain categories. How about you pick your competitor's category and your competitor's wager in this round? Kathy's leading, and she gets to go first, and you get to pick the category that Casey will choose from, and how much Casey will wager in that category.
Okay, I'm going to go history.
Okay. Of
course.
For 50.
All right, history for 50. All right, Casey. Delaware County was formerly a part of which other Pennsylvania county?
I believe Chester County.
Your answer is Chester County, and that is correct, sir. Wow! Delaware County split off in 1789.
Interesting. After the great Battle of Chester Hill.
They were originally together, and therefore Casey gets 50 points in that particular one.
All right, so for Kathy, I'm going to go with. This is hard. I'll go with sports.
Of course.
For 100.
Sports for 100. All right.
So sweet.
Kathy, here's your question.
Yeah.
Who was Neshamini's starting quarterback in 1990 and current Penn State head coach?
I don't know. God, I know you're going to say it, and I'm going to recognize it, but I don't know it.
Okay, so you don't have an answer, or
Let's
you
say a name.
throw a name out there?
Say your name. Say your name.
Ryan Fitzpatrick, although I think he's a representative.
No, that's incorrect. Casey, do you know who it is?
It's Franklin.
Yeah, James Franklin is the correct answer. So Kathy gets docked 100 points.
All right, I'm gonna try this, but I'm gonna go shopping for. What's the difference here?
You are at 970 right now.
You're up by
Casey's
90.
at 880.
All right, I'm gonna do 50.
Okay. Keep in mind, these questions came from residents of Delaware County.
People who live there.
They want you to win.
Yeah.
But these are the only questions that I had to go off of, Casey, so no complaining, please.
Well, no. I've already done all my complaining for the day.
I'm sure there'll be no more complaining.
You've got more to go. This site, recently home to the Countryside Market in Swarthmore, or is it Swarthmore?
I say Swarthmore.
Swarthmore.
Uh-huh.
Was a convenience store in the 1980s. The convenience store had 3 names before becoming the Countryside Market. You just have to name one of those.
Soups? Or like supers?
Incorrect.
Ooh.
No.
Really?
It was either Eddie's, Albert's, or Evans.
Okay.
All right, Kathy, which former Philadelphia Eagle graduated from Pennsbury High School in Fairless Hills?
Is it Troy Vincent?
That's a good answer, and it's correct.
Wow.
Yes. In 1850, Delaware County's county seat moved to Media. Okay, Media is considered the county seat of Delaware. Where was it originally?
Chester.
He's right. Yeah! Chester was originally the county seat. All right, what category and what's the wager, Case?
Kath, I just want you to do well. Right, so I'm going to give you a whole bunch of points. We're going to wager 100 points on history.
History. This person was the founder of the religious school Log College and later the pastorate of Neshaminy Warwick Presbyterian Church.
Mr. Log.
Mr. Log.
Is that a real answer? I'm curious.
Yes.
Yes? No, it was William Tennant.
William Tennant.
Mother, I knew it was the. You know what? And somebody sent me not that information, but somebody sent me information about Log College.
That somebody did you a disservice.
Yeah, they did.
All right, that was William Tennant, a well-known name in Bucks County. 1,010 for Kathy, 930 for Casey.
So 80,
it's an 80
points separates the two contenders.
Last question for Casey.
Oh my God! Last question.
Yeah. Can we just keep going for a little?
Well.
Oh wow.
No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, so it's an 80-point difference. This is the last question. Is there a double jeopardy?
There's something else.
Okay. All right.
You look great today, Kath.
Go ahead, say the F word, Kath.
I know.
Sorry, you want to say it so badly. We can dump it out.
The dulcet tones of Kathy Ramar.
That's what Dennis hears around frisky time.
Damn it. All right, I'm gonna do entertainment.
You're a winner, and we are going to give you MLB The Show 22. It's fun for both hardcore and casual baseball gamers. And you can get it now at theshow.com for PlayStation, Xbox, and for the very first time, Nintendo Switch. It's rated E for everyone. So congratulations, Andy. And also congratulations to our random texter, Louis Liberati, Lewis from South Philly. And Lewis, we are also going to give you MLB The Show 22. So congratulations to you, my friend.
Excellent.
Thank you very much to our guests on the program today, who would have included Mr. Henry Winkler, who is just a sweetheart of a man and always has fun stories to share.
He does, man. He's a ton of them at the ready.
New season of Barry on HBO, Sunday, April 24th. I know you love that show,
It's a great
Casey.
show.
So look for that. And also, the very lovely Jane Seymour joined us today. New mystery drama series called Harry Wild is debuting Monday on Acorn TV. And she has this new pajama line of clothing that you can check out at janeseymour.com. She's just a lovely woman.
She's a delightful woman.
She is. And also, I want to reiterate that we made an announcement. Froggy is playing the Preston and Steve side stage at MMR BBQ. And Jackie Bam Bam's going to be doing a party deck DJ set on the Preston and Steve side stage. And we're also going to have a live band karaoke with the band Sidearm. And we'll have details coming later in the week how maybe you can end up singing on stage.
Pretty cool.
At the MMR BBQ. And don't forget that the 424-pack deal is underway now. 4 tickets for $80. So it's $20 per ticket. There are Ticketmaster fees that come along with that, but you can get the details at WMMR.com, and that is while supplies last. We have Pierre Robert here.
Good day. Where is the side stage?
A good question.
Okay.
I do not know yet.
Okay.
I believe it is Ben Franklin's side.
Okay.
Yeah, Ben
So
Franklin's
it'll
side.
be in one of the two concession areas, basically.
Yes,
exactly.
Because when you go into that venue, on either side, there's a Ben Franklin closer to the Ben Franklin Bridge, a Walt Whitman entrance closer, obviously, to the Walt. And both of those lead into these large open areas before you go into the pavilion where there are concessions and a lot of open space and that sort of thing. So that would probably, we usually have a broadcast booth on the Ben Franklin side. So that's probably somewhere along that zone that you would have that stage.
That's why I think it's going to be on the Walt Whitman side, actually, Case. I thought Bill had said that. But listen, we'll have the details coming soon, and by the day of that, you'll definitely know where
we'll
we're
know.
going to be.
Yeah, we'll know, and then you'll know.
Yeah. Shall we do the letter of the day? Yes. All right, let's do that now.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
A as in apprentice.
All right, and you got 2 more to go, and that is it. We are going to give away a Samsung 55-inch Class 7 Series LED 4K UHD Smart Tizen TV, 4 tickets for the Penn Museum to check out one of the largest Egyptian collections in the U.S., and a hieroglyph mug from the museum shop. And it's all brought to you by Marvel Studios Moon Knight. And don't miss the 6-episode event, which is streaming now, and you can only find that on Disney Plus. So we will give that away on Friday. What's happening today, sir?
Well, we've got, let's see, we'll have Brewfest at Montage Mountain passes to give out. We've got concert cash possibilities at noon and 2. And workforce blocks will be customized today for 420. It is April 20th, 420 day. So we'll have some fun, smokable songs, if you will. And then we have to spend some time doing a proper tribute to Sid Marks, who, as you mentioned, I was quite devastated by the news yesterday of his passing. I mean, the likes of that type of radio announcer, we shall not see that type of radio announcer again.
No.
And you know exactly what I'm talking about, particularly, Steve, growing up in New York and having heard, probably William B. Williams and some of those kinds of legendary broadcasters who played the Tony Bennett's and the Frank Sinatras and that style of music, but who not only played it, but delivered it with this just incredible taste and dignity. And Sid just had this amazing quality. You guys do a lot of live commercials, but one of Sid's great talents was to be able to blend from a conversation right into a commercial, and you wouldn't even know what hit you as a listener. Right. Frank was in Italy when he first heard that song and wanted to record it at Reprise. Speaking of Italy, have you been to Mama Papiza's in South Philly? And he was a Jewish gentleman, but he would take on the Italian persona, and he'd go, the marinara is fabulous down there. Frank would love it, and or he'd talk about a Toyota dealer or something, and he goes, Joe Johnson at Toyotas in Ardmore I've known Joe for 45 years, and I'll tell you, when you see Joe and you walk in, he goes, Sydney, come in. I mean, a style of live reads that is not done anymore.
Just to weave them in. And then also what he was doing was appointment listening.
Right.
Had to put it on.
Right.
For so many people.
Well,
a soundtrack.
Right. And generations of fans who might not have been Sinatra fans, but it would be, de rigueur. It was on.
Yeah.
Your family had it on. Fridays with Frank, Saturdays and Sundays with Sinatra. The syndicated show all over the country, maybe even all over the world. I heard him in San Francisco one time driving to the Golden Gate Bridge. I'm going, this is sweet, hearing Sid playing Frank in San Francisco. And his dignity and his quality and his artistry of this craft is unparalleled.
He's also an incredibly kind man. I was lucky enough to meet him through you, Pierre, one time. And it was when I was working for you. He came here. You guys did a little bit together, which was adorable and funny and cool. But he asked me questions about me, and he didn't have to do any of that stuff. But he was kind and interested in the people that were around him, interested in anybody that loved and respected radio, because radio meant so much to him. Right. And just to have that connection, especially for a guy based here in Philadelphia, we were lucky to have him for as long as we did.
Indeed. I remember that time where he came here because he brought a new recording of Sinatra at the Sands. And there's various versions that Frank recorded of the song, I've Got You Under My Skin. Jackie played one of them last night. But the best versions are the live versions with a 45-piece orchestra.
Right.
And there's this one at the Sands in 1966, and hopefully I will be able to find it and play it for you later, but where Frank does the song, and then there's the instrumental part, and it starts building, and Frank just stands out of the way and says, "Run for cover, run and hide." And the star of the piece is not a guitar solo or a drum solo, it's horns.
Yeah.
Hundreds and hundreds, a wall of sound of horns as this band wails into this thing, and the audience is swept away by it. And I'm playing it in Studio 4F, and Sid and his wife Judy were there, and I was talking to him as I'm playing. He goes, "Pierre," I go, "Yeah." He goes, "Turn it up."
And shut up.
Yeah, I'm not interested in talking. Frank is on. It was so cool. I mean, he was just a lovely gentleman. And one final thing, while he was in the hospital, his son told me he was that way to all the nurses. Oh, man. And the doctors. Thank you so much for coming to help me with this or taking my blood pressure. I mean, that's the kind of guy he was.
Yeah.
So.
We just got a nice tweet from his son who was thanking us for saying a few words a little while ago. So
it was nice that you did. I'm glad you did.
Well, further tribute later on today. So we'll be looking forward to hearing that.
Probably around 1-ish.
All right. I want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Acme Markets. Get your free flu shot or COVID-19 booster at their pharmacy. Acme Fresh Foods, local flavors. Also brought to you by Dunkin', the official coffee of the Preston and Steve Show. Tomorrow is a Thursday. That means technically it's a pre-Friday.
That's right, pre-Friday.
And we're going to have Ki Hui Kwan on. He played Short Round. Yes, you remember him from Temple of Doom. And also, he was in Data from the Goonies.
Yes.
And he's back acting after a long break.
Cool.
So it's going to be really cool that we'll talk to him tomorrow.
I saw a brief interview with him, and he's a talker, and he's got stories. He's great.
And he's delighted to be back in the business. So it's going to be really cool. That's it. We are done. Rage on. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.